back on the record. Walker, if you want to continue with your question.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for the indulgence there. Many things in the video, we just state for the record what you saw. Basically, the respondent, the holding, the patient, the talking about the inability to drive, and the she did. Where is she at? Some indication for the estimation. Outside of college, yes, it appeared that she was standing outside. In the video, she states she can't drive because the patient is having feels that herself. Yes. So based on the video and what she stated, it makes sense for the hospital which transport patients. Yes, I can understand. One of the charges, the main charge about this is the documentation. Yes. Page 34 and 35. There's a note dated November 13th. Stated that she got me with 11:30 of seizure activity during 20. Did she back me a type of assessment regarding either? No, not in system. Yes, she got and what at 11:30, I think she said got me the should place with the ER. That is good. Is there any documentation on the record that shows that when she left the patient's house with her? You know. On page 34, can you just tell us what the time frame is? The time frame was this, it was 4:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. You know, there are a lot of things wrong, but is there any indication of getting a performance check? No, it's not. No, it's not. When you turn back on page 33, this has the same data for us. You can find what time frame is on top of it. It's the same time frame, 4:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. You know, this or any indication as to when that vital market check. You know, so. If you see the neuroception there? Yes, I do. You tell us what's not under that neuroception. Sleeping and non-vote. We don't have any idea what's not. We have a 10 frame for non-specific. And what we looked at in nursing notes, she documented 11 later of CEO. We're gonna look at next on page 4. You've already identified it. We just confirmed this part of the patient's hospital record. But yes, it is. What I want to look at on this page with the bottom of the page, the note dated November 13th, 2022, time on 11:18. You see that? Yes, I do. Who made that? And this was made by no registered nurse from Canadian that day. Can you tell us at 11:18 a.m. what she documented? Right. 11:18 a.m. Arnie and David noted that patient was pulseless, apnea, trach, CPR start. So you just testified that Ms. Williams, the 11:30 she was transported the patient, but now it has 11:18 actually the hospital patient. Pulseless, apnea, trach, and CPR. That's correct. The best one we have is that those times conflict. The documented time for hospital. Yes, it does. The by her notes, it is really easy to tell what the actually going on with the patient. No, it's not. In the notes, I believe it's on page 35, where she's documented, but they're anywhere in there. Is there any late entry note? You know, there was something like that. I mean, what questions?
Oh, so if you have a big things for.
So. The documentation in my note was to the best of my ability, because the note had to be regenerated. My original documentation.
Do you have questions for the witness? Okay, no, you'll get an opportunity to.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, no questions, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you very much. Thanks.
I mean, a little bit more about, that sort of. But Burks, we tell us your name and question for.
Some of us, the city of Butler,
How long have you worked with them?
6 years.
And can you just state, are you a licensed nurse?
Yes.
And is it also correct, you have your doctor?
Correct.
So are you familiar with what documentation should look like? Yeah, is it also fair to say that you will what's considered an acceptable standard of nursing?
Yeah.
And most importantly, are you familiar with this?
Yes.
And you had a chance to review the documents and
I have.
I want to look at the notes, by Ms. Howard Williams, I on page 33. We look at later in this. Can you just tell us what we should expect to see when we look at these notes?
That nurses and nurses documentation, it should have still, it should be a chronological order of what exactly happened. We give a visual, I mean, visual consider. On this particular note, where is the time from? What are the 2:30? However, if you look at the specifics of what's going on, it is not the time frame those things are specific. And which is very important when you provide the patient. Under, for example, on the zero settings on sleep, it is not best practice to document sleep. It's always best practice to document exactly what that person is doing, which is even the sleep. For example, their eyes are closed, if their respiration are even unbelievable, they're never sleeping powers, but at that time, speaking to the really don't know what's going on personally. I said, when we look at that note, it's saying seizures, presence, breathing, intervention, emergency room, if you know that occurred, but the exact time you're looking at this particular documentation, you're not sure exactly when that happened. There is a nurse's note that with on this document movement. And so when you look at the nurse's note, there is some information that is being there to be that releasement. At 4:30 a.m., again, says patient is sleeping, which is not best practices. To go continue with that note, 6:30, will still says patient remains asleep. It also it lists the heart rate and respirations, but we don't have the rest of the vital signs. We do see that it's actually at the top of the page, but we don't know what time that actually takes on the initial document that will begin. So when we look at the 8:30 information, it says patients await suction time story with an 8.1 section practical, produce moderate amount of pain for restrictions. Well, at that point, we know that the person of individual for suction. However, it's very important to have an assessment of what that person respiratory status was prior to, and what that individual's respiratory status was after being suction for time. And again, that information is not going to give us a visual of what occurred. If we continue with this note, we'll see at the 11:30 hour, where it talks about the seizure activity, this note during transport from Greenwich to town. It tells us how long it lasts and what was experienced initially. However, that post-it can say, or after the seizure, there's no information as to what that person, actual response was after. Also, it's very important to know, what the body signs were, what position that patient was in after that seizure occurred. We do see, let's say, there was a state of seizure, like 1 minute, unable to arouse. Unable to arouse, we need some additional information because right after that, says that we usually into the emergency. So unable to arouse, did that person have a pulse? Was that individual breathing? Because we know with cows, with your pediatric advanced life support, and with the advanced technology, if that person is, if you're not able to arouse that person, if they don't have a heart rate, if they don't have respiration, then we call 911 and we initiate CPR. So we don't see any of those things documented as to those particular steps. We do see in visuals taken to the emergency room, but most importantly, we don't see who was notified, was their hospice or healthcare agency, was their supervisor, was there someone was notified that these incidents or things was going on. For example, was the army supervisor notified, or was the physician notified? Who was notified that this particular individual patient at this time had these processes or events going on? We see at 12:30, they say the patient remains in the gone. Person with the same condition, and let's be vital signs. However, I'm not sure who took those vital signs at that time. Was it the respondent? Was it someone in the emergency? So again, there are some important information in terms of assessment. That's a major problem with the documentation.
So, based on the documents, you want to believe what you just was it, her documentation, she documents it, but there's no, she's missing details of vital information. It should be in the document. So,
Correct. Because we know it wasn't documented.
should have been, you may have said this, and then there should have been some type of assessment or assessment.
Yeah, respiratory is major for this particular individual, because individual has a trait. So while we do a total assessment, that focuses, that respiratory, again, this individual has a trait and it's on a mental level, so that information is both important.
So based on your time with the notice, are these notes documented as they should?
No,
Would that be considered failure to meet what's in the nursing practice?
it's failure to meet nursing practice, and it's not the same.
I'm not paying attention.
And Ms. Howard Williams, do you have questions for Dr. Burks?
No.
Okay, really quick. Do you have any other consent?
Say that.
Howard Williams, your turn to review the case.
As I said in opening, I started, with this particular pediatric patient. I believe I don't want to tell you, the manager, because I'm not certain what agency it was, but they were unable to keep, him as a file because they couldn't even find nurses to deal with his schedule. So police from Get Together reached out to me, through one of the liaisons that the agency I was working with, and asked me if I would sign on with her, and she would help to staff this particular patient. And it all happened like almost overnight. I was with the patient at his home during a shift, and she and her husband came down from Jackson. Talked to the mother and myself and asked if I would sign on with her, asked the mother if it was okay. So that they could have me and some other nurses set up this case. So. That being said, I remember signing documentation and paperwork for me together as far as my registered nurse license, my background check, TV and all of that. I do not remember going over any policy or seeing their policy for the transition of care from the one agency to that one is so quick. And I was unaware of their policy, the transport policy. On the particular day that this happened, I was at the patient's home, my shift was supposed to be over. The mother, like I said, she was a single mother with 3 kids, 2 other small kids. She didn't ever have any time to herself, never was able to do anything, so I agreed to stay with him the night before, and she was supposed to come home at a particular time on that day. Well, I get a call from her just at the end of my shift, supposedly, that she was stuck at her grandmother's house, and she wasn't gonna be able to get home. So I told her that I would bring the baby to her at her grandmother's house. And, it was not uncommon, the video that you saw was not anything that was out of the norm for the baby. He would at times, when he would get agitated, have what I would call kids, he would just get really, really agitated and he would act the same way that you saw on the video. So I packed him up, I put him in a car, and I started to drive him from Biloxi, and we're going to Pascagoula. And probably 10 or 15 minutes into the drive, he starts getting agitated, so I pulled over. And that was what you saw in the video, was me in the backseat with him trying to calm him down. And I was able to calm him down after sitting with him for a few minutes, and I thought, okay, we'll be able to get to grandma's house. So put him back in the seat, secure him, we're on our way to grandma's house. And I was watching it through the rearview mirror, and I was seeing, you know, he was starting to get antsy, start to get back agitated. By the time we drove, we were coming right over the little bridge. I don't know if anybody's familiar with this area, where Ingles was right after the exit for the shipyard, and then you go over this bridge into, I think, hospital. We were coming up on that bridge. I saw him starting again with that behavior. And I kept looking back, and then it seemed to me that he was having a seizure. So I tried to count the time. And I kept looking back, and he, after a couple of minutes, was okay, I thought, and then you had another episode like that. So when I saw that, I was coming over the bridge. I just, instead of, because I knew that he was not okay, instead of me calling 911, because I was already driving, and the hospital was maybe 3 minutes, 2-3 minutes away from where I was, I just took him straight to the hospital. I took him there. I can't remember what his vital signs were when I took him there, but my documentation is not in order on the note that is in the case, because the notes that I had for him were in his baby bag. And I took all of that stuff with me into the ER, into the hospital. He left on a flight to the children's hospital. I had no documentation. I had to regenerate everything from the police
And when she called me to do it, when she called me and asked me for the notes, I told her where they were. But of course, we couldn't get in contact with mom or grandma. They were in the hospital with him. All I could do was, as best I could remember, and that's why it's not specific. I didn't want to falsify anything, but I could not be specific with times and exactly what was going on because I did not have that documentation in front of me, but I had to produce something for the agency so that they could submit my notes. In hindsight, like now I know for their policy, and she may have given me information when I signed on, but like, it's just like, you're not with this agency, he's with this agency, you need your license, this, and now he's on this. I was only trying to help the mother out. And then on this particular day, I'm trying to help her out, and he happened, it just went bad. I don't have any objection to anything that's in the record because everything that's here is correct. But the reason why it's not precise and it's not more detailed is because I did have to do the great job.
Yeah, I just have a few questions. Ms. Howard Williams, I believe you said you're licensed with Tennessee. When were you licensed in Milton?
I think 2004.
You've been a nurse for a long time.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you also said you're on with it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the and you believe you testified that you've been employed at the bid in the last 16 years.
Yes, sir.
You're still employed. Yeah, again, I'm not trying to cross it, but the words are not. This was, you doing this part-time or part-time?
I was doing it part-time. I had a friend who worked for the first agency that this thing is with, and she told me that they needed help really bad with me because they couldn't find anybody that would stay with me. The living conditions were really bad. And my mama couldn't find it, and she really needed some help. So I was just doing it part-time. I was just trying to help the mom out here, but it was only part-time. I've only done, private duty nursing part-time.
Were you at another, home health job before this one?
So I've worked Oxford, it used to be Oxford, it's now Health at Home. I started with them when I was in LP. I first got out of school, my first baby was a trade, baby. His parents taught me everything I needed to know about trades and events. I stayed with him until he came off of the trade and ventilator. All of the babies that I've ever had have been able to come off of the trade ventilator and they thrive well. This particular baby was sick. He was very sick and he didn't have nurses, he didn't have care, and he really needed somebody, and I was just feeling what I could.
Yeah, I want you to make my sure we're not charging, it's a matter of data, not about care. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Maybe time to move, you know,
No,
so I guess what I'm going with this is, in your other home health job, did your documentation look like what we have here? Excuse me. We've got several days, not just that. But was it similar to this? To what you have here? Or mixed together?
in my other job,
Yes, in your previous, you said. But what you did on that before you came together, did your documentation, you notice still similar to what we have here?
you mean as for the format, or just what I wrote in for the job?
Yes, ma'am, but.
I'm not.
No, it's not. I guess. You agree with that, and I'm not gonna label the radar approach like this one, but like, for example, you look at page 31, there's a lot of things that are marked, and this is really previous, so 11, 12. And there's really no time or anything. Would you agree with me on that?
So the way that the way that I was told for that particular sheet of documentation is the initial. The initial assessment is when you mark the check boxes. And then after that, you charge hourly on what you do. What you see.
But you agree that by looking at this, there's really nowhere to tell, like, especially on page 27. Like we have a heart rate, just like a chart, as you said. Respiratory rate, but there's no time. You agree with me? There's a time frame that complicates it, doesn't tell me. If you look,
Right, so what I'm saying is. For your initial assessment, when the shift starts, that's when the check boxes are checked. To my knowledge, for that particular company, that's how the charging went. So the check boxes, everything that's checked in those little spaces that are like provided are on the initial assessment, and then after that is a narrative every hour.
okay, I understand. I guess.
So that the stuff that's checked in the vital signs would have been the initial nursing assessment when coming off the shift.
Yes, no, I understand. My question is. And look, is there any way, based on what you're saying, is there any way for someone to look at this and know that that's been?
I can't say yes to that. I just know that for that particular company, that's the way that they have the documentation set up, the initial assessment. Do the front page, you check off all of this stuff, and then hourly you charge what you do.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is. If somebody was coming after you, like you heard Dr. Burt's the standard is for us to tell a story 30 times. So if someone doesn't know that these check marks are done in the first hour, the first assessment. If they just came in and saw this with nothing for the art, is there any way on this page, you page 27?
No, sir.
And again, I understand your testimony of the physical individuals, but you've been nurse, and starting in the openings, it's still like, so you're familiar with how documentation should be.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that, based on testimony or data, your documentation does not be the same as nursing pay?
The documentation that I submitted was not. It was not, no, it was not.
And I believe you just testified that you had to fill in, there's some of the documentation you made with Dr. and verification.
His whole note up until the car ride was in his document. So I had to go back and try to remember everything as far as like, I couldn't remember the vital signs and respirations and heart rate. I couldn't remember those things to put into the documentation. When we submitted the note, I couldn't remember those things.
So where I'm going with this is if you look that, when this all occurred was on November 13th, but your notes on November 12th, pretty soon. You agree with that?
I couldn't really.
It's on page. What's there, I believe that's when your, November 12th one starts, for example, like with.
Page 28, 438, patient resting quietly with eyes closed. Then SIMD mode, trach intact, heart rate 93, respirations 24, no signs of technical pain or discomfort noted. Receiving continuous feeding at 48 milliliters per hour. The T2 tolerated well will continue to rise.
And also, the day 30, I believe you have a discontinued baby, you don't have any documentation as to what, how much of the was. They did,
Is that on the date of,
it looks quiet, that's not the question.
on the
Right, right.
13th or the 12th?
You said about the day, it was 8:30.
What page?
You should have English being,
6:30, communication, what is the sleep? Restorations, even more over the rest of the sleep. They don't be checked. Yeah, which is I, 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 I may do some classical documentation. But I do know that the notes before the incident are more detailed than that one in particular, because I did not have access to it. Now I have to be given.
you agree that they do the 12 is missing, the ones on the day floor also, you know.
I don't know what you're looking for that I'm missing, because I've got the ventilator mode, I've got respiration, heart rate, I've got vital signs, I've got it's awake and alert, not around, I mean, I've got everything in the notes. So I don't agree to that.
But you do agree that your documentation is okay.
I do agree that on the day of, yes, sir, it is inaccurate. I know that it is because, like I said, I couldn't get the notes, the original note. So I had to go by what I could remember in my head. And this was several days after it had happened that I had to go back and regenerate them.
Questions by, you know,
Transport this child, was this something that was done out other than the state?
Not by myself.
So you saying that were there for the providers that maybe put in the position to have to transport this child?
No, I'm saying I had been in the car with him, but it would have been with his mom or grandmother. I would be a passenger, not a driver. I was the only provider as far as care for him. He didn't have any other notes. So I don't know if anybody would have ever had to do that.
Based on what you said earlier, how long had your shift lasted that day when you received a call from the caregiver or parent that we're not going to give it home?
So I came on shift at 4:30 the day before. And I told her, the mom, that I would stay there until 8:30. The next morning. I got a call from her. It had to be like a little bit after 9. She's like, Miss Lucia, my car is something with the car, and she was at the grandmother's house. And I had to be somewhere that day, or else I would have just stayed with the baby. But I told her that I would bring it to her. And that's what I tried to do.
All of that sort of stuff. Was this something that you did regularly, working like 14 plus hours shifts per day?
So, like I said, I would do 12. Sometimes I would do 16s. It would be like Friday, Saturday, sometimes I would, because she had just gotten the job. Her mother stayed with her, you know, she worked as well, so. She had just gotten the job, I can remember a few times doing like double shifts. If she had to work. But just for a night out. I felt like she should. I wanted to help her as much as I could, so I had to be on several, maybe 16-hour shifts, yes, ma'am.
So. Did the facility make the caregiver slash parent aware of the domestic support policy?
I don't know, like I said, it was in such a rush to get her nurses, and they thought that they would be able to get her more help than myself, but it came to be the same result as all of the other agencies. Nobody would sign on. So we were just in a hurry to get everything going for her. I don't know, I don't remember her going over any policy at all with me when I signed on. Now, she sent me a lot of paperwork. I don't remember the policy, and she could have, but it was just kind of like a turnover year going from this agency to this agency. And I just signed on, and I don't remember if I just didn't read all of the policy or I didn't get the documentation. But I don't think she went over any of that with the parent when we were all in the meeting together.
And I guess that's what my question is there a handbook for the caregiver or parent? They have to sign off on?
No, not to my knowledge, but like I said, there could have been, and she could have put it in place after we signed on, but she was just trying to switch over and get her some hours, because once the other agency discontinued the care, she had no hours, no nothing, and she needed somebody. So this lady, Miss Elise, came on and tried to, facilitate everything, and it was in a hurry, so I do not give her the hand.
So based on what you're saying, I'm just looking for some clarification. Right. So what you're saying is, being that it was a very rushed service for this provider to get this patient in, they may have skipped some steps.
It is possible. I cannot say that they did, but I do know that it was a rushed process.
So what accommodations did the employer make in the event that the caregiver or parent does not show up from your?
There was, none of that was clarified or made evident at all. And it was simply because I was the only one, and I had asked, several times if there were going to be, other nurses come on, and she tried to get help with. The living conditions were so bad that anybody that interviewed, nobody was on. And so I don't remember there being anything in the day of. Once I got that baby to the hospital, because his grandmother, his mom's mom, that grandmother, she worked at the hospital that I took him to. She was at her grandmother's house. I'm gonna clarify that. So it was the great grandmother that I was trying to transport to, but her mother was actually a staff member on that senior record. So as soon as we got there, she was notified. It did not even come to my mind at the time to contact Miss Elise together, because everything was just, it was right there in front of me. I was trying to make sure the next, okay. I did notify her after he had the hospital and was brought to children's hospital, but I did not notify her. She was not the first person that I notified.
Ms. Williams, in your opinion, your is it a policy of the facility that you were working for to prioritize documentation versus advices?
No. Her. I just have to say, I did what I thought was there for her, my nursing judgment, and drive. The document, I could not drive. And see what respirations, heart rate, vent settings. I could not, I could only focus on getting him to safety, and that's the only thing that I could think to do was get him to the hospital. I couldn't think of anything else. And I failed to document a lot of things. And I didn't want to falsify anything, but like I said, what I had up until the point of that happening was all documented. And I believe, to my knowledge, that it was documented correctly, because in the note the day before, the documentation that I see seems to be up to standard. So I believe that my documentation up until that point, up until what happened, would have been up to standard. And once I got into the hospital and to medical officials, I felt like I had done everything that I could do for that day, and that was it.
So based on your testimony, what I've read that day, the question is, regardless of what the policy was, do you believe that you did what was in best interest of the patient? That
Yes, ma'am, I believe so. With everything in me, I would, if I had to do it all over again, I would have did the same thing. I would have just, because I was so close to the hospital, I just took it there. And had I known, I'm a stickler about having things in order. If I wouldn't have been aware of the policy, the no drop policy, I probably would just stay there until she came, and no matter what the time, but I just, like I said, I didn't have something that I needed to take care of that day, and I thought I could get into her safety. And I wasn't able.
you know the outcome of the case.
I don't. I would, I talked to the mom and grandma maybe for a week after he was hospitalized, yeah, 7 seizures. He was a sick baby, and then I lost contact with him, I was the nurse. We get together and I had something like that.
Thank you.
So, I do. Mr. Walker, I had initially, emailed and asked if I could pay you the in lieu of this hearing day, and all of the documentation that I got back, looking at all of the restrictions that were gonna possibly be applied. There was one, that I just wanted to fight for if I could. And that's my current job. I work as a registered nurse here managing the veterans who cannot come to the primary care clinic at the VA. And that entails me making home visits and assessment. And in that, in lieu of paperwork, that's one of my restrictions. It would be that I could not do home visits. If at all possible, I'm just asking that I continue to work. If I get my license, if I keep my license, if I can please continue to work in the position that I'm working in, and continue to serve with ethics as, the RN care manager in my role in full capacity, if at all possible.
Those are the stages are optional, they're not evidence, and not required.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today, we've seen evidence of her testimony. Ms. Howard Williams failed to make a central entry in the records. By doing so, she also failed to meet the standard of the nursing home. The evidence presented today is all under the times, she checked, it includes in the whole before there was an emergency situation, the assessments, nothing in your documentation tells you she left with the patient on that day. There's the status of the patient, when she left. Doesn't really tell you anything about the condition of the patient, other than these having seizures. Again, this can be seen in the documentation from the previous day, where it's missing details as well. She clearly failed to make the necessary documentation in the record, and clearly guilty of the charges. Thank you.
Thank you. The law for your participation, operations, is now the room. Motion to go to closed session to determine the work executive session. Do it to deliberation to I will announce the board's decision in file number 2024-082. The hearing panel finds responding guilty of charge one, holding of the complaint. Court issues a formal reprimand and then require licensee to push board approved workshops on documentation, on nursing documentation, and medical documentation within 90 days from this convert. We will get a written and detailed order in, okay. And that concludes this matter.
Ready.
Hey, good afternoon. Today's date is Tuesday, March 31st, 2026, and the time is 1:05 p.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Fair Orchard Road in Bridgeland, Mississippi. I'll call the next matter on the docket. That is the matter of Arlie Coleman Milton, license number P 327-131, and case number 2025-0445. My name is Sarah Hartzog. I'm Special Assistant Attorney General, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the party, proceed to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. This is administrative proceeding and not a court of law, so formal rules of evidence and civil procedure that govern proceedings in courts of law do not apply to today's hearing. However, I may use both as a guide when ruling on objections or evidence introduced, but I am not bound by either for this administrative proceeding. This time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record. And we will have one member of the hearing panel that will serve as an alternate, but will not participate in deliberations or decision by the board hearing panel. So please identify yourself as alternate.
Daniel Sistrom, alternate.
Charles Walker. Sandra Culpepper. Beverly Oliver.
Thank you. And will the attorney representing the board of nursing please state your name for the record?
Alexis Williams.
Thank you. And is the licensee, Ms. Milton here?
Yes.
Milton, are you represented by counsel today?
No.
Since you're not represented, I'm gonna ask you a few additional questions to make sure you understand your rights. Okay? So you understand you have a right, to have an attorney represent you.
Yes.
You understand you have the right to present witnesses to testify at today's hearing on your behalf.
Yes.
You understand you have the right to introduce documents and evidence on your behalf.
Yes.
You understand you have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses testifying against you.
Yes.
Further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board to compel witnesses to appear to give testimony or for documents and information to be produced. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that due to the severity of the charges pending against your license, that the outcome of today's hearing could potentially result in an adverse action against your nursing license.
Yes.
And understanding all this, is that your wish to proceed in this matter today?
Yes.
Milton, do you have witnesses here? Testimony?
No.
Will you be testifying on your own behalf?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Morris, will the board be calling any witnesses? Please, we have investigated tonight. As court reporter, will you please place these witnesses under oath?
You both swear, solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. And do we have any preliminary matters today? Exhibits or motions?
Yes, but we have the exhibits B1 to B18. We entered into the record under seal, they contain personal information.
Ms. Milton, have you had an opportunity to review the board's exhibits B1 through B18?
Yes.
Do you have any objections to exhibits B1 through B18 being admitted into evidence?
Okay.
So they will be marked B1 through B18 under seal and entered into the record. Ms. Milton, do you have any exhibits that you wish to enter into the record?
No.
Okay, so we will proceed as follows. Both parties may provide an opening statement. Opening statements as well as closing statements are not required and are not evidence if they are really persuasive. After opening statements, we will hear evidence from both parties. So in this case, the board has the burden of proving the charges alleged and will put on their case first as possible. Ms. Milton, You may cross-examine the board's witnesses, if you choose to, but then the board attorney may then conduct a redirect exam of the witness after your cross-examination. Members of the hearing panel may also question. Once the attorney for the board finishes putting on her case, then it's your time to put on your case, your defense by offering testimony, all witnesses, and you may submit evidence. The attorney for the board may then cross-examine or question you or your witness. Board hearing panel may also ask questions. After both sides have concluded, closing statements may be provided. Again, the closing statement is optional. It is not evidence and it's not required. Thereafter, the board hearing panel will deliberate and they will render its decision. Will be provided with a summary of their decision today, and then within 45 days, they will issue the formal written decision. Quite. Do you have any questions about our procedure?
No.
Proceed with opening statement or to the first.
The respondent was employed at the Jackson County Nursing Home until about April 23rd of 2025. At approximately 10:20 to 23 p.m., the respondent administered a PRN dose of morphine to resident J.M. for pain management. During the narcotic counts and shift change, the oncoming nurse noticed a discrepancy in the morphine sulfate count for resident J.M. The bottle originally contained 30 milliliters, appeared to have only 24 milliliters remaining. Initially, the respondent charted that she had administered 0.5 milliliters of morphine to the resident, but later revised the documentation to indicate a 0.25 milliliter dose after being confronted with the medication error. When demonstrating the administered dose to the oncoming nurse using the medication cup, the respondent actually pointed to the 2.5 milliliter mark. After the oncoming nurse found resident J.M. unresponsive, the attending physician was notified of the resident's condition and of the potential morphine overdose. When questioned by the director of nursing, respondent marked the plastic medication cup just below the 1/8 mark, which also corresponded to the 2.5 milliliter dose. As a result of the incident, respondent was suspended and later terminated from the facility. Accordingly, she's been charged with violating 5 violations of the Nursing Practice Act. The evidence will show that these charges are supported by clear and convincing evidence. And under Mississippi Code 7315-29, this board is the authority to take whatever disciplinary action it deems appropriate. At the closing of the hearing, we will have you. So, thank you.
Ms. Melton, your opening statement.
On the date accused, I gave my man pass, at 10:30, it's around 10:30. I gave the resident, the morphine. We didn't have any syringes in the building. I know when I gave the morphine, it didn't even cover the whole bottle of the medicine cup. I administered it and she was fine. When it was time to come in to admit at the end of the shift, I was told that the medication count was off. We was actually why. And it was actually a new bottle that came in. I didn't check it in. So I don't, that's my fault because I should have checked the bottle before I administered. And so, I assumed it was still what it should have been with the 30. And it shouldn't have been that much from. But she said it wasn't there. And so I said, well, let me see the bottle again. She did not open the drawer back or anything. She had taken the keys. So I said, well, I'm not in charge of this cart if I don't have the keys. She kept the keys. I called the DON. I called the assistant DON. Nobody responded. I stayed another hour and a half. Nobody ever called back and said anything back, period. At that time, the resident was fine, with no problem. Upon the next day, I was told that nobody called EMS until about 10:30, 11 o'clock the next day. Which I assumed that the dosage I gave was proper. Because I'm still not sure about the dosage that was given. As far as what they're saying I gave. I just know it did not cover the whole bottom of the mess. That's all I can just recall for that instance, because I had no syringes and there was no syringes. Period. But then the next day I was told there was syringes in the bill.
That on the test. You know, there's more sure, first witness. So that's investigated to Wanda Jones. Please state your name and current place of employment. Wanda Jones, Mississippi, Georgia. And how long have you been employed? I've been employed at the Board of Person for 18. Can you please describe your duties as an investigator? As an investigator for the board, I'm responsible for those submitting documents, investigating once they come in and free. And are you familiar with case number 2025-00, 0445 involving Wilson? And are you familiar with the documents and exhibits submitted by the Madison County Nursing Home? Hi. If you would please turn to page 3 and identify the document.
Usually page 3 is a nursing verification document.
And when was Miss Wilson first licensed in Mississippi?
She was first licensed in Mississippi, May 11, 2012.
And what type of nurse? Please turn to MSBN 7. And identify that document.
Exhibit B5, page 7 is a notice of hearing.
What is the date on the notice of hearing?
The letter is dated for August 1st, 2025.
And what is the date and time set for the hearing?
The date and time of the hearing is Tuesday, March 31st, 2026 at 8:30 a.m.
Please turn to page 8. And identify that document.
Page 8 is the complaint. This is the spot.
And please read those charges against Ms. Wilson into the record.
Yes. Charge 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the person under the license's care. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 3, the respondent has failed to falsify or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. And charge 4, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rule, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including reporting entries prior to patient care, including but not limited to medication administration and treatment. Charge 5, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed.
Now, are there actual allegations listed supporting those charges?
Yes.
Will you please summarize those facts for the record?
The respondent was employed at Madison County Nursing Home from February 4th, 2025 until April 23rd, 2025. On about April 23rd, 2025, at approximately 10:23 p.m., the respondent administered a carrying dose of morphine to resident J.M. for pain management. During the narcotic count and shift change, the oncoming nurse noticed a discrepancy in the morphine sulfate count for resident J.M. The morphine bottle, originally contained 30 ml, appeared to have only 24 remaining. The respondent charted that she administered 0.5 milliliters of morphine to resident J.M., but later revised the document to indicate a 0.25 milliliter dose after being confronted with the medication error. However, when she was asked to demonstrate on the cup how much morphine she gave, the resident pointed to the 2.5 milliliter article. The resident was found unresponsive and the attendant physician was notified, and the resident's condition and the essential morphine of the
resident's condition and the potential of working overdose. When questioned by the director of nursing and asked to show on the medication of how much was administered, she pointed to the marking, which is equivalent to 2.5 million.
We would please turn to the MSPB and 13. And identify this document.
Exhibit B, page 13, is a statement that the respondent gave regarding the dosage of the.
And what is this Wilson, state that she administered to resident Jacob?
Says I, and the resident's name, gave morphine 0.25 to the resident, measuring in medication club at 10:20 p.m.
Is that document signed?
It is signed in that.
What is the name to the treatment for?
The date is April 24th, 2025.
Yeah, if you would please turn to MSB and 14. And identify this document.
PN 14, Exhibit 7 is a statement by the oncoming nurse for the shoot change.
And what is the date on this document?
4/25/2025.
The base on this statement, who is Caitlin Benson?
Caitlin Benzel is the nurse that was taking over the next shift. That shoot change.
And who did, what did Ms. Benson report regarding the morphine application?
In a summary, Ms. Benson, when she took on the part and started to count, she noticed that the morphine ball had 24 milligrams left, and she knew that the original was 30 milligrams. So she looked down at the chart and she saw that 0.5 was documented. She questioned the respondent regarding it. The respondent came back and put a 2 in front of the 5 with the note. The nurse said that she gave the patient 0.25 and part of the thing, that's when she puts 2 in front of the 0.5, and she told her to write the dosage down, and she put 0.25, and then she asked her to show her on the medication cup, and she pointed to 2.5 milligrams on the cup as a demonstration of how much medication was in it.
Please don't touch it. Can you tell us what this document is?
This is an email from the director of nursing to myself.
I will please read the contents of your email to her.
Yes, it says, oncoming nurse, Nathan said, LPN notified me of a bad discrepancy with morphine oral sulfate solution. She told me when A community LPN documented on her controlled drug use record, she documented 0.5. They didn't say that LPN told her what dose was ordered, and the respondent inserted 2 before her dosage.
Yeah. Please turn to MSBN 16. And identify this document.
And then exhibit B is a facility report from the facility that is signed by the director of nursing of the nursing home administrator.
And what discrepancy is noted during the narcotic count that you previously testified that?
That it was noted that when the oncoming nurse came on, she noted the bottle, and her count was at 22, and that was for the order of 30.
And what is the original dose ordered for the resident?
The order for the resident dosage was 0.25 as needed for pain.
And what was stated that it was for original, what is she initially charged, regarding the dose?
The initial discharge was 0.5. As a dose given.
And then she later changed that.
That is true.
Now, was this change made before or after the oncoming nurse questioned the doses?
It was after she.
And what did the report state Ms. Milton demonstrated when asked about the amount that she administered?
When asked to show on the cup how much was administered, she pointed to the 2.5 and then the market.
Okay, so just for clarification, she showed the 2.5 mark
to two separate, individuals in the facility?
Yes, that's what we're reporting.
What was later observed regarding the resident's condition, after Ms. Wilson administered the morphine?
After the resident received the dose of morphine, it was noted that the patient had oxygen saturation was low, the heart rate was low, and the blood pressure was
And was the patient responsive at the time? And what actions were taken in response to the resident's condition?
once they discovered how the resident was found, they notified hostage and hostage of the resident's new change in status. And she also notified the regular nurse.
Was there any medication administered to the resident at the time?
No.
There's a mention of Narcan. Was Narcan administered, following side infection, taken from responsive?
Yes, after talking with the physician and the hospital center of the potential overdose, it was recommended that they give him the patient.
You have investigated several cases, regarding nursing Narcan. What is Narcan, genuinely used?
Narcan is usually administered as an overdose of back to the basic.
And what response, if any, did the resident have following the Narcan administration?
Well, according to the facility, once the resident received the Narcan, in approximately 10 seconds, he's back to the patient, is back to the bedside.
What action did the facility take regarding Ms. Wilson's employment as a result of this occurring?
The BON called her in, she was suspended, till they did an internal investigation, and subsequently she was.
Please turn to MSBN 18. And identify the stop.
MSBN 18 is a termination report for the response.
And what is the date on this document?
Last date of work is 4/23/2025.
And what, if any, reason is listed as the term, as the reason for termination?
Unsatisfactory time.
Now, if you would please turn with me to MSBN 19. Could you please tell, the panel what this document is?
Page 19, this is the job description for the charge.
And according to this document, what responsibilities exist regarding medication administration and documentation of this actually under the.
Is nothing to read all of it.
No, just the.
So complete incident reports, make written and oral reports recommended certain activities and shift, chart nursing notes, information in descriptive manner that reflects, the care provided. Report all discrepancies and ensure that the adequate supply of stock is there. Ensure that the pipes records are accurate and should notify the nurse supervisor of all drug and narcotic discrepancies.
Thank you. And so, in your investigation, did you ever see, any charting discrepancies or, did Ms. Milton ever chart that there was an issue, with the dosage of medication that she gave to this resident J? Now, please turn with me to MSBN 26, Ms. Mark B9, and identify that document.
Exhibit B9 is a position order for the resident.
What medication, order was issued for resident JM on April 22nd?
Morphine concentrate, schedule 2.
And what was the specific administration instruction?
Special instruction, administer morphine 100 mg per 5 ml via a cyclone 0.25 milliliters every hour as needed. PO or SL for pain or pain.
Now please turn with me to MSBN 32.
And identify this document.
Exhibit B is the medication administration record for the resident.
Again, what if the order that it's listed in?
The order at the top is for morphine concentrate schedule two. And it is for administer 0.25 milligrams.
And what dates, does this mark?
This mark covers the entire month of April 2025.
And what entry appears on April 23rd, 2025?
April 23rd, there is a dose of morphine given to the resident.
And what initial do we know listed?
AM.
If we would turn to page 37, how are the initials A and 1 identified at this record?
On the mark, the people, that initial is assigned to the response.
That's not really to page 38. And identify this document.
Exhibit B11 is a controlled load record.
And what is the last entry recorded on this record?
The last entry on this record is dated for 4/23, and it's for morphine and active is 0.25 in that column. Quantity on hand, 33, and the respondent signed as a group.
Now, please turn to me to finish the record. And identify this document for the record.
This is a controlled drug use record for the resident for morphine sulfate.
And again, what was the amount of medication that was received for this particular resident?
The amount received at the facility is 33.
And what is the first entry on that page for resident JM?
First entry on this controlled drug record is rated for April 23rd, 10 p.m. Amount given is like 0.25, amount left 29, and it's signed by the respondent.
Now, is there a difference between the amount reported for May and the amount that is counted the next day?
Yes.
Approximately how large of a discrepancy is that? So, for the record, this record reflects approximately about 5 to 6 milliliters of morphine was unaccounted for after the resident signed. That's true. Now, please turn with me to MSBN 40. And identify this document.
Exhibit B12 is an in-service for dosage calculation, and it's people that attended the in-service.
And was there an entry associated with the respondent?
There is.
And what date is that?
The respondent is listed for 4/24/2025. Assigned the annual.
Page 41, please. Identify this document for the record.
41 is an in-service on medication administration and opioid overdose.
And what's the entry that is associated with the respondent?
The respondent is assigned this on 4/24 and completed with 4/22/25.
To page 42. And identify this document.
Exhibit B13 is the progress notes for the resident.
Yeah, I believe that there's an entry on 43. That's correct. Would you please review the entry that's dated 4/24 at 2:01 a.m.? What does the note document regarding the resident's condition?
Okay. On page 43, the entry is for 4/24/2025 at 2:01 a.m. Resident currently stagnant at 81% heart rate 55, respiration 12, oxygen therapy continuous at 3 liters continuous via nasal cannula, unable to increase oxygen saturation even when coaching the resident to take deep breaths. Resident is alert and has no complaints of pain or discomfort at this time.
What about the previous medical period? If they, it's fine, if that was entered in some lives, then, right.
One right before it is dated 4/24/2025 at 6:39 a.m. It says hospice visit resident during the night shift. Resident returned from hospital on 4/21/25. Resident has new order to discontinue a powder, Zofran, some other medications. New order to start Lasix 40 milligrams once a day, increase diabetes, 100 milligrams times 3 days. And to increase some other single, increase 37.5.
Turn back with me to page 42. And we will summarize those problems, how we even more important. Really, I decided to get it out.
Okay, starting at the very top of this progress note, which dated 4/24/2025 at 10:21 a.m. It says this nurse was informed that resident was not responding to partners. The nurse, along with the other staff, entered the room and began assessing resident. The MD notified, and the nurse received an order to administer Narcan 2 milligrams via nasal. And the blood pressure was 131/78. Pulse was 33, rate was 11, and the pit was 97.6. The O2 stats was 68. Emergency services were notified of situation and came with 2 milligrams of Narcan administered, and was blocked to administer via nasal.
And you will enter this note.
This note was signed by Paige Norton.
And I mean, let's go on with the note on that page, that refers to the resident's condition following the administration of the law.
It is on 4/24/2025 and 10/14. There's a note by Ashley Blackman, who's the top. And it says CNA stated that resident seemed different to her. This nurse went and looked at resident, and resident noted to have a altered mental state. This nurse attempted to arouse the resident, was notified to just start.
Is it a time of looking?
Yes, 10/14.
It's trying to get out to MSB in 45 and identify the fact.
And let's begin 45, exhibit 14 is the face sheet for the resident.
This record reflect that the resident was receiving, some type of toxic care.
Yes.
Now, who's telling you to MSB of 49? Can I identify this guy?
Exhibit B16 is a statement that the respondents gave me regarding the allegation.
Can you please summarize the, statement that is listed prior to
The email that was her statement that she emailed me on May 15th, 2025. It says on April 20th, my residents were screaming loudly in pain. There were no syringes in the building, so I administered the Morphin 0.25, which I thought I had given the best of my ability of the medication for the resident was responding until I left at 11:15. We did medication count, and ongoing nurse said that the bottle didn't look right, but continued to count and took the pills. No report about the morphine was given until AM shift the next day. I was told Norcan was given 12 hours later at 10 a.m. due to her being non-responsive.
Now, please turn to page 50. What is this about?
This is a document with nurses where and see if there are any disciplines for the license or respond.
And were there any, disciplinary action found on the field of license?
Yes.
I mean, we can start to even be if you want, just read the excerpt that's down under the NPDB narrative.
Okay, so the narrative states that respondent failed to administer medication to patients, failed to complete an incident report regarding a patient's medical facility looked for the medication report and did not return them until the following day and failed to contact a physician regarding the condition of the resident.
So this is not the first time that Ms. Milton had any type of disciplinary action, due to medication use.
That is good.
So just for the record, after reviewing all of the records of the state that is in the facility documentation gathered during this investigation, does the record adequately substantiate the charges that were listed against Ms. Milton regarding medication administration, falling below nursing standards, and negligence on her part for, resident JM? Does that adequately substantiate the charge? No further questions.
Well, then you're the classification between,
I do, because on the 24th, I did not work that day. I went into the building.
we're not with testimony, if this time if someone asks just questions. Feel free to do so.
No, I don't have any questions right now. No, I haven't.
Or if you, which one is it? That's your name.
You might
Oh,
have some
see,
follow-up after the
You might have some
Yes.
more questions, that's right. Any questions from the board? The questions from the board?
No, I said it.
Mr. Knighton, this is now time for you to put on the case, then you can now give your testimony.
Okay, we can go take it all the way back to page 51 in Illinois. That particular case was unfounded. I got my license back immediately. Once I got information, I was living in Memphis. Stuff was mailed to the first address I lived to. I didn't live there anymore. And I had updated my information in the system, so that was not my fault. But once I went back to Illinois, I was able to fight and get my license back. And they saw where my signature had been, they had falsified documents in my name. And I have that statement should be listed below this on the documentation in the Illinois, Board of Nursing, it should be listed right below that. Below this particular document here.
Do you have a code number?
As far as this here, it should be right there behind this with Illinois documentation. They poured the thing right behind the stadium, that this was all confounded. I had made documentation, I had my documentation that I presented to the attorneys and everything to show where I did documentation. The lady was old, her family said, leave her alone. And I did what I was asked to do by the family, because that was her power of attorney. And I did everything I was asked to do for that resident in Illinois.
I would say, I think, just for the record, that's like, that Ms. Milton is a legend, it's not on the documentation that I'm issued. So I can, I can say that for talks, but I wanted to make sure that it is the page number that she stated is not an accurate representation of the. Yes.
Ms. Milton, do you want to take a moment to look through the pages that we do have in evidence and see if that statement is there?
It doesn't say so in here, but I just know what I was told in here, that everything, I'm fine. Didn't find any evidence or anything, but they saw when my name had been falsified in quite a few documents. Pertaining to this patient.
Do you have any other testimony?
Yes, I do. On the 24th, I did not work that day. I went went in to see the DON. She asked me what I gave, and I told her they didn't fill the bottom of the cups. I don't know where they got this. 25 or 1/8, I did not give that. I know what I gave. And I'm just, some of these dates and these times are wrong. Because the 24th, the 4/24, I wasn't there. I didn't even work that day. I worked on the 23rd.
Yeah.
Termination thing. They never spoke to me about no termination. I called them and they did it over the phone. No one spoke to me. I never went back into the facility after I was suspended.
What page number is that?
18. I don't even know what this is. Like, I didn't get this at all.
Was it ready, is she objected to the authenticity of the document, or she just saying that the facility never read her copy?
I didn't even go to the facility to get this stuff. No, I have nothing with my signature on it. No termination, no.
So you're saying you just never. Because I don't see your signature on the document.
No. But she told the Attorney General originally that she did speak, no one spoke to me about no investigation or anything.
Any other testimony?
And then, changing the documentation is not true. It's not true.
Can you reference a page number, whenever you're saying?
So page B8, where she says, I originally wrote down 0.5 and changed it to 2.5, I did not. $14. Yes, ma'am.
That's a state.
Yes, ma'am. There wants to be balance. I'm very needs condition.
And, taking the first license, I believe the record states in 2020.
When I first came up here,
And you were employed by Madison County Nursing Home in April of 25.
already,
Where were you before, April 25?
I traveled in Michigan, not Michigan, Wisconsin,
And how long?
2 years.
And how long were you employed by Madison?
I came back in February, so February.
At that facility, you were responsible for administering the medications to the residents in your shift, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they train you, or did you previously train or control substances and handling narcotic counts?
Yes,
And you knew that the morphine, was a high risk medication.
yes, ma'am.
So, in your testimony, you stated that you, never altered, the documentation, changing point from 0.5 to 0.25. What was your working relationship like with your coworkers at this facility?
I'm going to tell myself that we're having.
Would you say there were any issues?
No, no issues with anybody.
Okay, so you would agree with me that the ongoing nurse doesn't have a reason to allege that you, in fact, altered the documentation, correct, that there were no issues?
I'm not 100% sure with that because I was told that she had been worked for several facilities and every facility she worked at. Someone had the incident and her working.
But you were the last one to sign out the morphine documentation for the resident, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And following that, the resident showed signs of a morphine overdose and was administered Narcan, correct?
Not until 10, not till 10:21 a.m. the next day.
But you were already aware that there was a discrepancy from the 30 milliliters to the 24 milliliter.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The nurse, did you ever speak with the ongoing nurse regarding that discrepancy?
I did. I wanted to see the bottle myself. She would not open the door back for me to see the bottle, to see that what was actually in the bottle.
Right, so did you confront her about the discrepancy or did she confront you about it?
So we confronted each other because I told her I needed to see the bottle to see if that's what actually was in the bottle.
Did you review the physician's order before administering morphine?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Okay. You reviewed the physician's order before administering the morphine?
Yes, ma'am.
In that statement that you made to the board, I'm familiar with maybe in this, take a look. You say that you administered the morphine to the best of your ability, correct?
Yes, which was the total volume of the cup. It didn't go past the bottom of the very bottom of the cup. It didn't fill the bottom of the cup.
But there's no guarantee that that 0.25 was actually administered to the listener.
Close to it.
And you do understand that giving more than the 0.2 milliliters would exceed the ordered dose.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that exceeding that ordered dose would be unsafe.
Yes, ma'am.
You agree that you are required to accurately document narcotics.
Yes, ma'am.
And that documenting the wrong dose is in fact a medication error and can put residents at risk.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Now, two different people offered statements that said that when asked to demonstrate the amount that you gave in that cup, you pointed to the 2.5 milliliter mark on the medication cup, correct? Are you saying no, that you never pointed to it?
I didn't point.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Are you stating that you did not ever point to the 2.5 milliliter cup, or that neither person asked you to demonstrate how much you gave?
Neither person asked me to demonstrate anything.
And again, you realize that these statements are from the oncoming nurse that reviewed the chart review for the morphine and the director of nursing, correct? And there are no issues with them, so they again, but I have any reason to falsify documentation or to state something false or I have no reason to. But you would also agree that that medication cup is not a precise measuring tool for that type of concentrated morphine. Did you ever attempt to find the syringe? I know you stated that previously.
I went to every cabinet and everything. I've been a nurse over 30 years and only 25 was left. So I could be in that. I mean, it wasn't even my fault. It wasn't very many nurses in everybody was stuff.
But you
So I did not want to. No.
Did the facility have any policy regarding estimating the cup or concentrated morphine administration? So why did you mention the morphine, through the concentrated cup and not through the syringe?
There was no syringe of the
Did you notify anyone of this? Yeah. I believe that's on page 61, B18. That morphine bottle was originally dispensed from the nursing, excuse me, from the pharmacy to the nursing home with the 30 milliliters, correct?
No, it's not.
But that's the stated on the store.
There was no syringe in the bottle. In the box, so.
Let me repeat my question, for clarification. The morphine bottle itself was dispatched from the pharmacy with 30 milliliters, correct, according to this document. The amount,
According to this document, yes, ma'am.
and also according to the records, you were the first person to use that 30 milliliter spot.
Yes, ma'am.
And then at the shift change, you heard, and again, it is all of the fact reflected, 24 milliliters remaining, correct?
That's right.
So, but you would agree with me that that is an inconsistent amount, between the doses that you say you administered versus what was sent from the pharmacy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you document any prior waste from that bottle during your shift?
No, ma'am.
And it is your, testimony today that you can't account for that 6 milliliter discrepancy. Now, you are aware that Narcan was ordered and administered to that patient following your administration of the morphine, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Well, we'll give it a 10-21 the next month. Yes, ma'am.
Did anyone else sign that chart for resident JM regarding that morphine following your administration?
You know, the number of the facility of them expect to be on about self-esteem assessment. I didn't see my chart.
What time to MSB in 39? And I see that first signature is yours, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other signatures following that prior to 4/24/25?
Only see one signature.
And what was the amount that you stated was left following your administration?
29.75.
And you stated about you waited at the facility about an hour. Will you go into a little more detail about that? Following the oncoming nurse coming on and stating that there was a discrepancy. Give me that time frame.
It says I left on the way after 11 o'clock. I called the DON and the assistant DON, and no one responded.
So prior to you documenting with the oncoming nurse, did you ever document or immediately report the dosing error before being questioned?
That's on me because I didn't actually check the bottle to make sure that it was paid.
So you did not, you admit that. You do realize that not checking that bottle, fails to meet the standards of nursing, especially when there are, discrepancies with the administration of narcotics. Ms. Lorraine. Now, you suspended following this incident, right? And then later terminated. And the facility, in fact, did list the handling of your morphine and documentation as the reasons for that termination. And you are aware that two different people have stated that you documented one dose and changed it to another dose, correct?
Yeah, they said.
And you do realize that outside of your testimony, you do not have any evidence to refute these reports, these statements, recently. Yeah, you're demonstrating, a dose that does not match the physician's order. So their remaining amount of morphine, it wouldn't have matched anyway, regardless of whether or not you tried 0.05 or 0.25, correct? Either way, there was a 6 milliliter, 5 to 6 milliliter difference. And these inconsistencies all relate to a controlled substance. That you were the last person to handle and administer to this resident, according to this document. Now, you agree with me that these inconsistencies involving narcotics create serious patient safety concerns. I'll take it.
And I wanna make sure that I'm understanding, so. Did you count your bottle? Did you check your bottle once you? Did you do your narcotic?
My project was done in the middle of the shift, it was placed in my car.
Whose responsibility is to give a
It's
narcotic?
my responsibility.
So you did not do that.
Hmm.
Based on what we're seeing is missing. 6 milliliters.
Yes, ma'am.
You realize how many days?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
More than 6.
It's actually when I broke it down. That's a lot. To be right.
Yes, ma'am.
So. How many patients were here here?
About 30.
That's everyone from your facility.
But that particular facility, yes.
And I have a question I'm having for you is. When you came to documentation. So I was looking at your documentation here. Looks pretty accurate to what your other handwriting was like. And so when I look at this documentation, is that the correct type of documentation? Correct. If you go over here to exhibit B11. And where you made your correction down on the control of drug use record. And I see that it's. Where it's 39. So I'm looking at where it says 423 in M. And I see where the 2 was adjusted in the 29.75. Looks like the 0.75 was written over. Is that appropriate documentation?
No, I didn't write up anything.
Or where did that come from?
I mean, that's my writing. Didn't write up anything.
Because there's something under there. It looks like 29.7. You see a line going directly from
I see
7
what
to
you said.
5.
Yes, ma'am.
and by having writing over the 5.
No, I mean, the paper was all discolored and stuff, so I don't know what that is under, but I know that's not right.
When you have a bottle of medication, do you, read the label to make sure you know the dosage versus CCs before?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were saying that in Illinois, you were suspended for 2 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's what the order said, and then you come back and restore your license.
I restored my life, but actually, when I found out everything was going on, then I went back to Chicago. And that same day, I got my license back.
What day was that? I think it was 11/1/05. Okay, and you were suspended 9/8/03. So
Yes, ma'am.
you fully, served what was given to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You've been an LPN since '93. Did they do drug screens there?
Yes,
Okay, did anyone have a drug screen after 6 cc's were missing?
nobody screened me.
And or
I
no
asked
one
them to
else?
screen me then, they did not screen me,
Okay, and no one else in the facility?
no.
Okay. That's all.
So you would want to give any other statements or the time? Okay, I'll just-
I just want the record to be clear now, that action in Illinois, and I feel like there is really a misunderstanding. You in fact were suspended for 2 years for this.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the NPDB letter states, would you actually read that into the record? It's right here on page 50. Okay. Are you interested?
The narrative,
Yes.
respondent has complied with the terms and conditions of previously signed. Not able to license children or completion of applicant form and fee.
So that was not a finding of innocence per se. You completed the terms and conditions of whatever suspension or whatever order was imposed in Illinois, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Wilson, I'm giving you the last word. Anything else?
Um. It was. A hard situation for me, I think in my heart that I did what was right for the patient. And I've never done anything to harm the patient, not even one to know more, just hoping that, everything develops in positive with this situation.
Thank you very much. Edited, not required.
On the evidence, it is clear and inconsistent. On April 23rd, 2025, it was filed in the Northfield to resident JM. The physician's order is 0.25 milliliters for highly concentrated morphine solution. We heard today that, the respondent testified that she wasn't sure, it was pretty close, but she didn't check the bottle. During the subsequent narcotic count, a significant discrepancy was identified. Approximately 6 milliliters missing from a 30 milliliter bottle. The resident initially documented that there's evidence in the record to support that entry was revised to 0.25 milliliters after being questioned. Shortly thereafter, the resident was found unresponsive and Narcan was administered due to a suspected opioid overmedication. This matter involves improper medication administration, negligence, falsifying documentation, and serious narcotic discrepancies affecting a vulnerable resident. Under Mississippi Code and Section 73-1529, the board has the authority and responsibility to take appropriate disciplinary action to protect and uphold the standards of the nursing profession. Based on the clear and convincing evidence presented, we respectfully request that the board find the charges unsubstantiated and impose the appropriate discipline. Thank you.
I just feel that I'm being accused of something that I didn't do. That's all I'm saying.
Closed session to determine the executive session.
Thank you.
Okay. to executive session for the purpose of deliberation of this very. We are now in.
Okay,
Okay, we're back on the record. I will now report decision in twelve number 2025-0445. The hearing panel in this matter found the respondent guilty of all charges in the complaint and hereby restricts the respondent's license for another 36 months. Over the formal reprimand, a fine of $500. The license will be restricted to a single state license for the duration. Conference with the compliance case manager. Quarterly reports by your lawyer. Some continuing education requirements. And indirect supervision. And like I said before, we will issue a formal order and I will vote in now 5 days. Requirements, you will also need to meet with the manager. Oh, that would be on. Yes, Rebecca Martin. Are you. That concludes the matter. March 2026, the time is we are present at the office of Board of Nursing located at 713 South San Francisco Road, Richmond, Mississippi. I will call the next matter on the docket. That's the matter of Haley Law, license for R 927-225, case number 2025-0960. My name is Sarah Hartwell, Specialist Attorney General, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be a rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties. See to the orderly process of the proceedings and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable law of the board. The administrative proceeding in the court of law for the rules of repetitive of the procedure that govern proceedings in a court of law do not apply to today's hearing. However, I may use both as a guide for the rule of objection or offense introduced, but I'm not bound by either during the administrative proceeding. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves to the record. We do have one member of the hearing panel that sits as an alternate and will not participate in either the deliberations or decision by the board panel. Please identify yourself in that aspect as well.
Daniel Sistrom, alternate.
Harley Walker. Standard alternate. Standard regular.
The attorney representing the board of nursing, please state your name for the record.
Brandon Martin.
Is the licensee present?
Yes,
Please state your name for the record.
mainly roles.
Are you represented by counsel today, Ms. Roller?
No,
Since you're not represented by counsel, I'll ask some additional questions, to make sure you understand the rights. You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
yes,
You understand you have the right to present witnesses and testify at today's hearing on your behalf? Yes. You understand you have the right to introduce documents and evidence on your behalf? Yes. You understand you have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses testifying against you? Yes. You further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by court, witnesses to appear before the board to offer testimony or to have evidence produced on your behalf? Yes. You understand due to the severity of the charges pending against you, the license, against your license, that the outcome of today's hearing could potentially result in an adverse action on your nursing license? Yes. Understanding all of these things, is it your wish to proceed in this matter without counsel or explanation? Yes. Will you have witnesses that you will be presenting today? No, ma'am. Will you be testifying on your own behalf? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Mr. Walker, does the board plan to offer testimony?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm about to take my steps here and say that's.
They all here? Court reporter, will you please place the four witnesses under oath?
You all solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Mr. Walker, do you have any preliminary matters that you feel with the motion?
Today, Your Honor, we request B1 through B25 through the moving.
Before the B25 in favor of any, additional information or anything.
No, Your Honor, I don't believe. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Ross, have you had an opportunity to review the board's exhibits B1 through B25? Yes. And do you have any objections to these proposed exhibits being amended?
I have an objection to one of the, charges. One of the,
You don't have an objection to the exhibits that are going into the evidence? So exhibits B1 through B25 that we marked and then entered into the record. Ms. Ross, do you have any exhibits that you wish to present into the record?
I didn't know a letter that, have more exhibits in
Mr. Walker, is the letter part of the exhibits that you presented?
I believe it is, Your Honor, it's probably available. B24.
That was already in the exhibits and stuff, right? Okay. Any other exhibits you wanted? So, Ross, I'll explain to you how we will proceed with parties and provide opening statements. Opening statements and closing statements are not required, they're not evident. They're really persuasive. After the opening statements, we're going to hear evidence from both parties, and I'm going to start with the board because they have the burden of proof in this matter. You may then cross-examine the board's witnesses, choose for the board attorney to make that we redirect the information of the witnesses after the cross-examination. Members of this hearing panel, I also have questions. If the board is finished, then you should attorney put on your case your defense by offering testimony or witnesses and making evidence. The attorney for the board cross-examining the witnesses, and the board panel may also ask questions. After both sides have concluded, some closing statements can be provided. Closing statements like opening statements are optional, they're not evidence, they're not required. The hearing panel will then deliberate, and summary of the board determination will be announced on the record, and then a detailed written order will be mailed to you within 45 minutes. Do you have questions about our procedure? Mr. Walker, I will let you proceed with your procedure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today you will see on Ms. Ross, negative speak the board in June of 2024. You also see where a final order was executed the following month, July, which incorporated the terms of the ASP. The ASP was based on information she provided on her application for licensing, which related to criminal history, drug, and alcohol issue. You will see that the ASP put her on probation for 12 months. With drug-related stipulations required her to have the evaluation. She was also required to have employee reports made on her behalf and it's in failure. You can see in the evidence today that in the span of a year, she had negative reports to 3 different utilities, last one being in 2025. Memorial Health. You also see where in August of 2025, she tested positive for lung noise and he failed to show for another test. The evidence today will also show that she provided inadequate aid. It will show that she also admitted to patient anger. You will see that these loss of the problem with order and accountability as evidenced by negative employer reports and multiple employers in a very short time. You also see that she has anger management issues and think that we might go step. Will be important to keep in mind though, and Mr. Ross signed ASP as part of her being licensed. In their first year of license, the behavior was based on serious concerns, also ability to do. As you will see today, one of those issues, being in 12 months, she has had issues with breathing facility. In the report, you will see where she had issues with immunity. Another serious concern with such a thing, which she is in a short time frame to get licensed. You're not able to comply with the terms that she agreed to. Today, we'll be asking based on evidence, findings, and the panel was voted. Thank you.
Ross, a quick statement.
I would like to say that I did make those mistakes and, I would like to do better and get better chance and understand. That's all.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Walker, your first witness.
Yes, Ma'am. Sorry, Mr. Beckman Martin. Martin, please state your name and the current place on the for
Rebecca Martin, I currently work at
how long have you worked here ago?
city's office.
What is it that you do?
I'm in finance.
Can you tell us what your job entails for constipation and injuries?
I help nurses that have very disciplined on their license, to fill their final appointments.
You with that office today.
Yes.
Let's start with page 5. Will you identify that?
This is not,
And what does it say, Mr. Alfred, person?
July 17th, 2023.
And so, at this point today, she has been licensed for about 2 years.
Right.
Let's go next to page 8. Just identify that document.
This is Ms. Ross's.
Yeah, this is state what the charges, being that nothing against Michelle, we do some.
Has negligently or willfully violated any political regulations to practice for licensure. Charge 2 has negligently or willfully practiced nursery and home fails to meet general acceptance standards such as practices. Charge 3 engages in any unprofessional conduct that would then cause private board in its rules, naming practice which not under alcohol or other new alternate substances. As evidenced by positive drugs or alcohol or illegal or unauthorized medication. Charge 4 is show the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct identified by the board in its rules, naming issue of community violence.
Is there any, fact you can claim to support those charges?
Yes.
Can you just summarize what those facts are?
She's been non-compliant for 3 months after entering the final order. We used to have 3 negative employer reports, positive drug screens with 1 business ethanol, and she failed to complete several months of AA first as 3 weeks.
All right, let's look next at, page 12. We stay with those were,
This is Mrs. Ross's final order,
there's the date on that line. So
July 16th, 2020.
if you flip over to the next page, we just state what that is.
This is for agreed.
That's this is what she signed, the final orders incorporated.
Yes, sir.
Did you go look at page 14? Well, just, read what you said, states that.
The respondents submitted their applications are invited to live on May 2nd, 2024. Respondent marked yes on submission regarding criminal history, road for alcohol issues on that. In respondent's statement, she revealed that on or about February 12th, 2021, she completed an addiction recovery program at home. Respondent stated that in December of 2021, she made a fearless decision to drink and drive. Records show that in December of 2021, respondent was issued a DUI, first offense, and completed all requirements for non-injury. On or about March 1st, 2023, respondent entered a guilty plea to felony cleaning and sentenced to 2 years probation. Respondent successfully completed all requirements within 1 year and on probation period.
So that's essentially what this ASP is based on. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And what did it mean? You see the 8 million? You just say, you agree, but what is that part of it?
We would come up with the evaluation decision.
And can you just tell us what the duration of this ASP was?
She was on probation for a minimum of 12 months.
So part of, so what we looked at so far, so prior to getting evaluation, also goes on for that. On page 15, Roman number 7, prior to she was named in the 57.
Yes,
So if she had a death with either alcohol or chemicals, would that be considered a substance that she should have?
yes,
And if she did not, or if she violated any other, would that be considered, or what would that, what would that?
it would be considered non-compliant, so she would be issued an application.
And this ASP, it also requires her to register, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if she missed a test or tested positive, would that be considered non-compliant?
May I object?
What's the basis for your objection?
The Ms. Joe test, I had already been given, a final warning that I was gonna be called to a hearing, so I have stopped my clinical inspection on
Okay,
the.
so you're giving testimony, and your basis for the objection to that testimony.
He said I missed that drug test because after.
So that's when we will get to cross-examine the witness. Okay. But do you have a basis for your objection to this testimony?
The basis of my objection,
Right.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Why are you objecting? Is it simply because you disagree with what she's saying?
Sort of.
Your Honor, for clarification, I'm making. The question was if she missed her test. Would that be considered?
We're gonna have a really good objection.
Ms. Martin, if she missed the drug test or tested positive for something that she didn't have a prescription for, that'd be a violation.
Yes,
She was also required to get a regular,
yes, sir.
how many was she supposed to go for?
It requires a minimum of 3 AA or any weeks per week.
And then she signed this other proof, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so in agreement with the time to get it set.
Yes.
So next page, 2020. Can you tell us just what this shows?
This is a history report on spectrum environments.
Right, and, who is this for?
This is from this.
What happens, which tells what happens August the first?
On this first you select the test with stroke screening on August 8th and 12th, positive for amphetamines, cannabinoid, and fentanyl.
And according to what we looked at in area speed, was a violation.
Yes, sir.
What can you tell us about, then looking at this, what can you tell us about her test history after that project? Yes.
She had one negative test on August 14th. And did test.
So they were considered missed test. So,
Yes, sir.
let's go back to page 15 and number 4 on page 15. Wrong. Yes, can you tell us, what that requires, how that works?
So employers, have to send in employer reports. Since she would require only 12 months, we would actually have them every quarter, we would do it monthly. Where her employer would, give us her day-to-day performance.
I objected again. I was given in my final order that I had to submit quarterly reports, not monthly reports. And I did that with my months.
Now, we're just reading up that ASP stuff.
It's like this, like only a quarterly report, which was every 3 months.
Again, Your Honor, we're studying with ASP stuff.
Doesn't say monthly. Monthly and quarterly report, so.
That is a matter that you talk to them. That you can know. You think? That's what you can finish.
Ms. Martin, we again state what is required of the employer reports, what that entails.
Her employer does a report that is sent to the board by the employer on for day-to-day, duties, and it's like an evaluation.
If there is a negative, is that considered non-compliant?
Yes.
Go all the way over the page. You can identify what this is, right?
An email that work community has sent me on.
Where, what facility?
The river.
You said it was September 16th, 2024.
Yes.
You what's this email?
An email from the employer stating that.
Excuse me.
I said, I got it. This is a different ASP than the one I was originally given. This ASP is not the original ASP I was given. This is
So is
the
there,
ASP.
hold on. Is there an objection?
Yes, I stated earlier.
Now, what is your objection?
It says on this ASP that I was,
What is your objection?
I'll have an objection on this, and this is not the ASP that I'm saying.
Okay, so we're gonna let the testimony, and
And
then you can make a note to discuss that. Smart, when it's your turn, cross-examine her. So you've got 3 or 4 things to talk about, right? Okay. Go ahead, Smart. Okay.
So this is a follow-up on her employer, is that correct?
Yes.
We read the, this is the second paragraph of it, we read that.
Yes, it was brought to my attention that Bailey had been having a difficult time adhering to following the directions of her position. Bailey has challenged her precept of law being instructed on the possible policy and procedure, and has displayed some challenging behavior when being directed to focus on honoring her documentation skills on one patient instead of performing partial documentation on many different patients.
She has also on more than one occasion gotten into a verbal disagreement with her preceptor. During these disagreements, her preceptor will be attempting to explain why the document to perform an action a certain way. Mailing has become visibly angry and raised her voice in all of those occasions. Two of these instances have happened impatiently. One that carried on to its palm into the hallway, and most recently an outburst took place this morning during shift change. This outburst resulted in an off-going nursing meeting to gain the attention of CC to assist in resolving the issue.
Okay, so according to this report, she was having some behavioral issues, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, she repeatedly had this for the precept.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said these even occurred in patient, patients.
Yes, sir.
In this email, can you tell us what Ms. Mead said about that particular precept?
I have not had any, well, maybe I did have one. I'm sorry, I don't yet. Just wanted to recall that statement.
In this email, I think it's a good question. Would you please tell us what Ms. Mead said about the precept? These were all established.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure who to pair Mary with at this time, since her originally selected recipient is my go-to for new graduates, because she is with immense professional communication, patience, and is a skilled teacher. I can notify you when it's selected a subject family, wisely will meet the needs of a new graduate.
So based on this email, if the precept will have any issue, and according to what this email says, the facility, what was the facility going to do with Mr. Hall's patient? Not that. In the last day.
Mary's action will result in formal corrective action, professional communication, and job.
And so this is considered negative report, is that correct? Right. I would also say that we will violation report. What's the next?
Can I speak on?
You can do a process statement for later, and so make another note for something else that you want to talk to us about, or you can do that. Done right now is not the time, but you will have your time, okay? Let's see what's long.
Thank you. Look at page 134.
What page are?
134.
134.
So the email we just looked at, I believe, several days, so I'm just on page 134, we would need private. Excuse me, what this is.
This is a third letter stating that Ms. Ross has accepted appointment at American Health for Luxury on a.
So approximately a month after that.
Yes.
Let's turn over to 142.
I'm very discreet on that.
On page 142. We identify what this is.
This is an email dated 7/13. It's in from Rachel Williams from American Health regarding this loss.
Okay, so this is about 2 months up shoot, really need to, right. Can you just tell us what is it she's saying, so?
That she will not be sending in the report on this loss, that she's currently suspending pending investigation and working with our silver. All to be busted.
Yeah, we'll put right back over, or one more page, and then forward one. Can we just read?
This report is a reflection of Mary's performance prior to the incident that led to Mary's red agency. During the investigative process, the employee was patient as a result of the decision to resign.
So one of the issues is any investigation, she resigned.
Yes, sir.
So this also be considered,
Yes, sir.
let's go back to 142. Identify this and tell us.
This is from Heaven Shield, Warren, Northwoods, letting us know that they have hired many bonds.
That's, less than 6 months is the amount of 30.
Yes, sir.
There's an email at the bottom of the page and there's some, or two assessment that she's. Can you just read what that email at the very bottom of the page says?
Because good afternoon, it's Smith, I'm female, we collected the notes mailed Ross quit on Friday, June 13th. When her manager called to place her on administrative leave for performance issues. We need any further explanation. We need something.
All right, so that's the third job. You can see what she's like that. No, please read that very at the top. And she was reconditioning the weapon.
Yes, ma'am. She had recently been issued a final warning for failing to stop another nurse witness race in partial dose of caffeine on 2 separate occasions. She was also placed on a performance improvement plan. There have been many reports from coworkers and physicians about her ability to learn. Anytime she was pulled aside to educate by a lead, a preceptor or the manager, Nellie was defensive and argumentative. She was not receptive to coaching. She was not properly documenting patient care. No human assessment, no saving limitations strengths, and in some cases documenting things that she had not done, such as taking care on a patient. Final incident meeting placed her on administrative leave was a patient that she documented she as having an abdominal that was found and no urine outlet, but did not contact the provider. A CT revealed a moderate in the bladder. It required a full week to remove it. It was performed by the night shift. When the manager called Mary on Friday to let her know that she would be placed on administrative leave, Mary stated this just ain't working for me. So, and then found out.
So based on this, they put her on Twitter. They were lack of ability to function, believe as a nurse. Correct. And so in all these reports, I read us through reports and look at, have you noticed, I guess the common theme issue with this facility?
It's my opinion, it seems that she, like I said, really coach, educated by, we being able to order the police.
I mean, you said in your opinion, that's also what's stated in the record. So these are the same issues, just repeating over and over, that Sarah stated that in the documentation we looked at so far.
Yes.
Look at page 166. Flavor B17, regarding community evidence, you just stated this.
This is a non-compliant affidavit for receiving negative reports from multiple facilities.
Can you tell us what is an affidavit?
I mean, affidavit is not, participant is not compliant, and
we issued them, they did a $500 there to pay the first one.
Then did she execute the case
Yes.
in on page 172? I'm sorry. Page 172, what was this?
This looks like the updating to, that she was drug tested and she was in positive and annoyed and that.
What happens, typically when something that late is issued?
So we send a second affidavit. Second affidavit is also an additional $500 fine. Plus, we do an addendum where they are required to do either 1 to 2 years extra probation and not comply where they become non-compliant, then they're automatically removed.
So then it's not what,
Yes, sir.
she operated in
Yes,
very, treatment in the same time.
yes.
It's not completely seen, it doesn't appear it was represented for the approved, is that correct?
Correct.
Before we get into let's go to page 1. Can you tell us what this is?
This is an email from Ms. Smith to Ms. Ross stating that is defined for the affidavit number 2, affidavit are no longer being considered scientifically reversible, which is why affidavit you were sent states that you have 30 days to sign the affidavit to take the fine. So the fine will be to September 11th, 2025, regarding the messages sent in spectrums if the AA calendar for August does not reflect the requirements outlined on the outdated will be suspended in declaration of possible.
So Sarah sent the photo that, Smith photo that they down to the approximately feet, should this, correct?
Correct.
That's a long way back, let's go back to this.
Signed the affidavit, even Sarah that I'm not involved with affidavit.
So this would be a time for you to either cross the family or to get testimony. When it's your turn to get testimony.
I understand, he said Sarah told me that if I wasn't
I
compliant,
understand that
I was compliant with it.
I'm over your objection.
I understand.
Okay.
Page 67. Marty,
Yes.
at the bottom of the page, there's a note, Ms. Ross from Sarah that stated May 12th, 2025, 6:57. You see that?
I did not jump at you now. I have diabetes and my hands shake and I'm trying to get in a comfortable position, that's all.
Now, be respect the board members, respect the audience,
Each and every one of you, what you do,
respect those of us up here.
I'm not being disrespectful, man.
Or might not speak out me and everyone else.
Well, I'm not trying to.
Right, and audience members, please stop talking. Causing a distraction, thank you.
On page 67, here at the bottom of the page, there's a note to Ms. Ross. From Ms. Smith, dated May 13th, 2025, 2:57. You see that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what Ms. Smith told Ms. Ross about her meetings in that note?
Yes, I'll review your calendar submission for April, and there are a couple of issues that I have. I need to across. We need to be attending 3 full meetings a week. Usually it's going to be one for the week of March 30th, 2025 to April 5th, 2025.
which was on 4/2/25. You were only in meeting attended on 4/9/25 from 4:04 until you met at 4:36. Returned at 4:56 and left at 4:56 for a total of 32 minutes attended. Similarly, on 4/18/2025, you joined a 2:07 and left at 1:38 for a total of 41 minutes. Further, there were only 2 meetings attended in the week of 4/20, 4/26/2025. I ran ahead and looked at the meeting verifications that you submitted on, so for R4 Patty. Now I'm noticing a similar issue. One of the meetings from 5/2/25 was actually attended 30 minutes, as well as 5/11/25, having 28 minutes. Going forward, you need to attend the required 3 meetings per week for the full duration of the meeting.
So according to this back in May, she was warned about her meeting, that there a whole practice. Let's turn over now to page 7. Here, there's a note from Ms. Smith, Ms. Ross, and it's dated August 20th, 2025, and the time 20:46. Can you tell us, for the record, what Ms. Smith told Ms. Ross in that note?
I was just able to review your calendar submission for July. The lack of the required 3 weekly meetings is considered a violation of order. If your calendar for August does not have 3 meetings for each week, with verification attached, your license will be similarly suspended with you being set for a show party. And your agreed addendum will not be taken before the board in public.
Okay, so did Ms. Ross respond to that message?
Yes, sir.
Well, tell us what she said on that same thing.
He said, Miss Sarah, I wanted to explain to you what was going on with me. I have been so depressed. I have given up hope that I would find another nursing job. I am sorry that I missed some of my AAC and that I failed a growth. I will do extra meetings to make up for the ones I've missed. Make sure that I have the correct number of meetings that I need for office. I will do my best to comply with all of the nursing board requirements. Will you please accept the AA meetings that I have? It would mean so much to me if you give me another chance. I have found a job where I am working with disabled children. I love this job and believe that I can be best working with special needs children. If you will give me another chance, I will do my best to keep this job, meet all my obligations, find this in life. Thank you for me.
Yes, so she acknowledged that she was in this meeting, so it's that's correct. And again, this was dated August 20th, 2025.
Right.
All right, let's do all the other page 1. Great. Okay, so this is an email from Ms. Smith to Ms. Ross. Can you just tell us the record what the date is?
Yes, it was at Thursday, August meeting.
Right. So, it's about 8 days after she begged for no chance that she would comply and that's what we took that, is that right?
Yes.
Can we just tell us what this email says?
This good morning, Ms. Ross. We did not appear for testing upon your selection on 8/25/2025. You can expect to receive certified mail from our legal.
So 5 days after she sent the email saying she would comply. I'm sorry, the message was special. She missed the test, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so is this why her addendum was never presented to the board? All right.
I object. My agenda wasn't accepted. It's not gonna be accepted.
Yes, this will be not a That's not about.
Okay,
Attitude and motivation.
okay.
Thank you, Ron. Okay, so we looked at the ASP and the requirements earlier. Was she aware of those requirements and what she was supposed to do on how to comply?
Yes.
Can you go to page 73?
Can I say something? Can I object? I would like to object.
Well, what is your objection?
There are the requirements, so I
We're out of
wasn't
line,
given.
we're out of
Okay.
order, your objection
Okay,
is overruled,
okay,
and you're about this close to being removed from the courtroom, so you need to maintain some order, it's
Do I
on
need to
respect.
leave?
Huh?
do I need to leave?
That's up to you,
Okay.
but you need to conduct yourself in a little bit more respectful manner.
Okay.
Walker.
Thank you, Ron. On page 73. Ms. Martin, can you tell us what this is?
This is a compliance affidavit and. This is a compliance affidavit where we go over with the participants on everything that is required of them to do their, also their order, and then do the compliance affidavit. Ms. Ross did initial on this one. On the requirements.
Like, this is her, the compliance affidavit for Ms. Ross, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And she initialed next to all these and signifying that she understood these.
Yes, sir.
This typically what's done in the compliance conference.
Yes, sir.
And this, I know we're going back a lot here, and I apologize. But on page 17. Not with the ASB. She signed. Yeah, page 17, number 10. We read what number 10 says.
Number 10 is non-compliance. Shall is good, not limited to non-receipt or verification as having successfully completed all required educational courses and or workshops on or before the due dates, failure to adhere to any of the terms of these days, any violations of the practice law, and any violations of Mississippi Code annotating code 28, 20, and 28.
You'll hear it mentions violations of admin code and our practice law. Non-compliance. Okay. So if you go to page 53.
That 5-3.
Yes, ma'am. There is a note here that's dated, December 13th, 2024, at 11:35, bottom of the page. You see that note? Can you just summarize what that note is about, what was all said? Important.
Submitted by Ms. Smith at 11:35, received a call from Ms. Ross asking if I have received her for a complaint filed from her disorder. I notified her that her superior contacted me to inform me that she would not be submitting this to Ross's report. Ms. Ross asked several times if her license was going to be taken away. Additionally, she asked if Randy Walker would be able to represent or give her legal advice should she be sent to a shelter. She raised the options for going to the meeting that was being scheduled by Mayor Health Lucky, with her asking if I thought Steve should go or not. I told her multiple times that I would not advise her, I could not advise her, and that it would be wise for her to do as she saw fit for herself. Ms. Ross said that she would be homeless and living in a farm if we took her license, and that it would be on us if she ended up that way. Additionally, she remarked that patients were not really her responsibility because she was not the primary nurse on shift, as she was still in orientation when referring to incident that took place Monday, December 9th, 2024.
She stated, I grabbed my purse and walked out. It was late and dark and quiet outside, so I didn't think to tell a supervisor. I abandoned my patients, but they were all safe. I know this is something that we learned about in nursing school, but I had to leave. She asked if I thought she was in the right or had done the right thing. I told her that I could not speak to that. Between insecurity and this, she continued to ask me numerous times what was going to happen. She should her clarify a complaint with the board against her. I informed her that without a complaint filed, I couldn't predict what would happen, as I do not have all the facts readily available.
Okay, thank you. So based on that, I wanna look at what's submitted as B24, it's on page 5.
I need to clean out my ears. Did you say 580?
581,
581.
sorry. You identify this for the month.
This, I believe, is mainly Ross's.
At the bottom of the page, we read, the last paragraph talks about, do you see that?
Yeah.
You agree with that last paragraph there?
I don't need it. No.
That would be what I.
Martin, we read that last paragraph I just read.
Yes, I do, however, have an explanation for Merit Health Biloxi on abandoning. At Merit Health in Biloxi, I'm still under a preceptor, so I do not know if it was abandoned. I was still in training. I was very upset with the preceptor once, at one week, they came close relatives who had brought them from home. I was scared to touch them because my nursing were restrictions. That was why I got so upset.
Okay, so does that match what was in the spectrum message? In this month, yeah. The next thing I'll look at is the first little paragraph on that last, on page 582. It starts with that singing river. We'll read that paragraph today.
At Singing River with all the stipulations I had to do, it was more intense for me to work. I left for a mandatory drugs test during my luncheon. The facility was close to the hospital, so I thought I could get it done on my lunch break. I was wrong, as it took much longer than I thought. I tried to log out of work on my phone app, and it would not work. Because I did not clock out, my manager instantly woke me up when I got there. The report sheet had a note by it which said that I was 1 hour late. As a new grad, this got me off on the wrong footing. I was offered resignation.
She said she resigned because she was out late, just around this lunch. That's correct. All right. Now we'll go back to page 127. It's a report from Sandy River, I'm speaking earlier. What's the date of this report?
9/9.
You saw that chart that says the below there and has ratings on, how many fives or so?
All but one,
The one that's not subject to five, who is it?
or
Because just what it references.
late one shift, one shift for drug test, on 1.5 hours.
On page 129 is the last page of this report. Are there, there's the comment section, they put any negative comments in this report?
Yes,
Based on this report, we specifically references her being late in hours, but it appears there was an option.
yes.
Look at the next page on page 1, right? It was an email from Sandy River that we went over earlier, dated September 16th. So essentially 5 days after this report. Will you remind us again what this letter states specifically in the second paragraph?
That she was having a difficult time with her precinct.
So in this negative employer report, is there any mention of her being late or anything about her being? So what is your takeaway from this email as far as the problems that the facility was having with these problems?
It seemed that they wanted to work with her, they were even going to change her preceptor. She needed their actions was going to result in a formal corrective action. And that was it.
So based on her statement we looked at on page 582, does that line up at all with what Sandy River has said before?
No.
So what we've looked at so far, let's go back to page 582. So what we looked at so far in her statement, has anything been truthful so far, based on the record you have?
The paragraphs that I have read. No,
So on 581, she says in the second paragraph, the board determined that because of my background, I have my license, I have been counseling with requirements, team meetings, and I successfully did this all through. Now, and what we looked at today, in a matter of 6 months of being licensed, she had 3 negative reports. Is that correct? So, as we already stated,
Everything I wrote in that letter was true. And I'm gonna walk out of here right now and I'm gonna have to sit in a complicated matter like this. Actually, I will leave. I will appeal.
thank you. We already looked at where she was consistently told that she was not attending the required meeting. This dated back to April, May, June, July, is that correct? In August, she was told the suspension, except for such calls, they are also correct. Right. All right, in 581, in the second paragraph, we read where she says, when I lost my job in one hospital.
when I lost my job in Memorial Hospital, I felt depression and hopelessness of not knowing if I would find another job, and I used marijuana. That is when I failed my grocery and missed the AA. I realized the mistake I made and will not repeat the mistake again. I would like to be better and be successful.
Okay, and so based on what we looked at already, she failed a drug test in August 15th, is that correct?
Correct.
right, and we've already looked at evidence where she was missing meetings from April all the way to July, right? Right. So would this thing also be untrue? Right. So everything we looked at basically so far in her statement, except for the, where she talks about her history, has already been false, just based on the record we have. The last thing I would tell you is on page 5. Are you familiar with this one? Can you just state who it's from?
This is, Alexis Morris regarding, Genevieve Ross. All of them.
You state for the record who Ms. Morris is.
Please. First statement.
Robert.
Would you board's return?
Will you read the email for the record?
Good afternoon. After I politely instructed Ms. Ross that all communication be in writing, she became verbally aggressive to me, stating that I should just revoke her text footage following our training. I calmly informed her that we would revisit the conversation at a later time when I ended it all. Just wanted to provide you all with a heads up.
Yeah, based on your short time, I know you had a short time, but also listening to that, but is this email that was more surprising?
Yeah.
Why?
Because Miss Ross seems to be at a problem for following her.
The last question I have is, have you found that Ms. Ross has complied with ASP that she signed?
No, sir.
I have other questions.
Record reflect that Ms. Ross has waived her ability or her right to cross-examine the witness. So go ahead and examination or any questions by the plaintiff person.
Clarify, how many instances of non-compliance has been noted with her case? Just off the top of your head, 10 or greater?
Yeah, with the three employer report, the 4 months of AA and meetings and the drug screenings, that will be at least 10.
And what has the communication been like between you guys? Not just including you, but maybe other staff members or others that have been involved.
Respectfully, and emails were pretty communicated with our participants in what we expect from them and how we can redirect them to get back on track.
So to clarify what I'm asking you, has it been a mix of positive and negative, or what type of demeanor has it been?
If I may, one of the other ones, will be better suited to some of those questions.
Yeah.
No problem. That's all.
No, you're not. No.
On your next witness.
We'll go ahead and call Ms. Sarah Smith, might be able to answer.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna take a short 5-minute recess and we will reconvene at 4.
That's what I was gonna say, it's.
Oh, wait, no, Dr. Brown, y'all, go ahead, Dr. Burke. I'm calling. No, that was a Saturday. Oh, yeah. It seems like there's another. Time. Nothing. She has.
are back on the record. And also, I just wanted to clear something up. Let the record reflect that Ms. Ross has elected to leave the hearing and not continue with this proceeding. So, we will continue it if perhaps the board will still go ahead and make the decision based on that. So, Mr. Walker, I believe you for continuing with your witness.
Yes, I'd like to Ms. Smith.
Okay.
Ms. Smith, would you state your name and the current place and phone for the and how long have you worked here today? Okay, and you state what you do now to do what you produce traditions. What were you before you were president? And were you familiar with Mr. Ross's case? Were you heard from compliance officer? I'm not gonna go back there even with that, but in your time as a compliance officer, was she compliant with bad issues? She is. Did you ever try to work with her to help her? Can you kind of give examples of that?
Letting her submit things, pass their background, her age and stuff. There's also getting reports, reports that may have been late. If there was any positive drug screen about her, she needs prescription documentation, so proof what is being prescription positive, so she had no prescription. Just trying to give her extended time to fulfill it.
Yeah, I'm not, there was a statement, that you entered, a message that you entered in the spectrum about a conversation, some page 53, just for the record. And it was dated December 13th, 2024, and you documented a conversation with that with her. It was about her. Can you just tell us about that conversation? Some page 54.
I remember she did come directly to ask if she had received a report or contact from Florida. And that I believe I received an email also saying she was part of the investigation. I remember getting a lot of questions of what was that is what my friends. I was able to follow at that time. I email that went back to those who wanting to be. Somebody's.
So, well, I just looked at with Ms. Martin over email Morris and on page 580. Are you familiar with that email? Did you have similar issues with Ms. Ross?
I did.
Can you elaborate on those just a little bit?
One of my initial interactions with Ms. Ross was following a straight issue. She was secretly outright calling me successfully saying that we left her outside. And she let me know that she would not be submitting to be part of her love screens, hair follicle screens. I left to go to a meeting, they tell her that she wanted to be ready to select that she would have to involve that. Or the word. There was required to continue with 6 months of counseling, after that, for the final letter of assessment. Also, they made the recommendation she was having a vision after the 6 months. She states she was not aware of this song, basically, and then asked whether she pointed to it. When I told her where it was, it was relevant information, she said that she had in fact spoken with the counselor, and she wasn't sure that she was always with it. At that point, she continued that about and about 4 months later, called me, asking if she would be required to remain on probation, as she not been discharged from the counselor at the time to do her bonds of the work. It was the first time I was asked that question, so I was not entirely sure. I told her I was talking to Stephanie to find out, and she immediately filed what out of the requirements, everything else was fulfilled. I clarified that I wasn't saying she wouldn't have to, but I was willing to find it for her space. I just wasn't sure. And I think most recently with the Boston Drug Stream illness, it was in Colorado, by Dr. Ridley, that you contacted her, asking if she wants to have additional testing to determine whether or not, the assessment is positive or not. In his notice, actually, he stated that she began yelling that she did not have any for additional testing, and she probably, another section of us employee noted a similar interaction where she became very loud, yelling, sorry.
So in the email from Miss Morris that she sent, it's not, it doesn't sound unusual. You saw it. Is it fair to say that in your experience with Ms. Ross, she was argumentative?
Yes.
And did she have a problem taking accountability for her actions?
That was the impression.
Since, well, in your time as a compliance officer, was it normal to receive a call from a licensee compliance, make them verbally aggressive and use profanity, except for the normal? So compared to other licensees that you dealt with while you were in compliance, was her behavior out of the norm?
It was that.
Never.
Question, the panel.
In other words. More. Or please state your name, place from the.
Okay, Morris.
And what is it that you do at the board? And when you say, are you familiar with Mr. Office case?
Yes, I am.
And you sent this email on page 5.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us why you sent that?
It's Ross, you, and at the time, I believe that I was the only, person, illegal with that. I said that when Ms. Ross initially, she was very aggressive. To say that she was having problems with her compliance manager, and regarding, complying with her ASB. I then informed her that, because I wasn't familiar with her case, that she should put it in writing, so that I could forward it to the appropriate party. And I also told her in lieu of, compliance, if she was interested in involuntary surrender of her license, then there's something that she should request in writing.
So, are you familiar with her becoming verbally aggressive with other board staff? So,
Yes, meeting with, Ms. Smith at the time, and Ms. Martin, and general counsel, we all expressed that, Ms. Strong could seem a little agitated and aggressive over the phone. And so that it would probably be best for her to put all of her documentation in writing so that we could answer any of the questions without, the aggression.
you do a lot with a lot of licensees here at the board. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Would you consider Mr. Ross's behavior out of the norm for what you see, probably?
Very much so. Normally the licensees call, if they are agitated, just giving them verifying information on the situation. After that phone call, I did disconnect that phone due to the language that was used in the bill.
You instructed her to communicate with that.
Correct.
Did you have any other communications across after this email?
No, she did not email me. She made a call next week or sometime early this week, just asking what time her hearing is scheduled.
Okay. Say yes.
Well,
Yeah, I'll be very brief, I'm sorry. Today we've seen evidence of Mr. Cross signed an ASB, she didn't comply with it, we've seen some little struggle, there's a pattern of behavior, which shows some authority, accountability, probably some more emotional, different mental issues that are going on there. Based on the record and the evidence that we presented, we don't believe that she, comply with her ASP that she agreed to, and we also don't believe that she was safe practice. So we will be requesting that the panel revoke her license. And pending her application for restoration, have her complete evaluation.
So Walker, this time the hearing portion is now concluded. I will, I should go to closed session. We don't need for executive. I should go to closed session. Second. Okay. Now, motion to go into executive session for student. That deliberation on issue, feasible order for the current. Motion to executive session. Fine. file number 2025-0960. The board hearing panel, by unanimous consent, has found Ms. Ross guilty of non-compliance with the terms of her ASP and hereby revokes the license. If she wishes to petition for licensure in the future, she will need to undergo evaluation. Evaluation for psychiatric, or a psychiatric evaluation, and comply with some other requirements such as documenting multiple sobriety. So that will be released in a written order and mailed to her within 45 days. So this now includes that matter.
Go off the record.
And we're gonna go off the record for just a moment. Good afternoon, today's date, Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. The time is 4:38 p.m. They're present in the office of the City Board of Nursing located at 713 South Air Orchard Road in Brunswick, Mississippi. We call the next matter on the docket. That's the one Justin Whitby, license number R 910079, case number 2023-0682. My name's Sarah Hartog. I'm the special assistant general and I'm the hearing officer gathered today. At this time, the members of the hearing panel for this case, please introduce themselves.
Walker, Anderson, Beverly Oliver.
Okay, thank you. Will the attorney representing the board of nursing please state your name for the record? Alexis Morris. Ms. Morris, is the licensee, Ms. Whitby here?
No, she is not.
Will you please provide information regarding the notice of hearing provided and whether or not, the licensee has contacted you for, presented to the commission?
So we plan to submit exhibits into the record, that Ms. Justine Whitby was mailed, a notice of hearing on or about July 30th, 2025. The board received, that letter and notice, was returned to sender and marked on '84 on or about August 12th of 2025. The next hearing, notice of hearing was sent on or about December 15th, 2025. To Ms. Whitby at the address title, that notice of hearing complaint was returned to the board, also marked, returned to sender and '84. We received it in our office, on or about February 23rd, 2026. Following the, receipt of the, return of the certified mail, we did do a proof of publication. The affidavit, is also on page MSDN 17. The Ms. Whitby's notice was published February 5th, February 12th, and February 19th, in the Seat Post Echo. So we do believe that the statutory requirements for notice, was met in this case. I did have the compliance manager, Rebecca Hartley, check the findings. She did 405 at that time, since we had not signed it. And to know her hearing was scheduled for 8:30 today. And also I checked my email and it has not contacted the board to request consent.
Thank you. It appears the licensee was provided the required staff as of today's hearing. And have not provided the board with a reason for her absence or requested a. So we will proceed with the hearing in the respondent's absence. Ms. Morris, do you have witnesses today?
Yes, I'd like to call it Ms. Juan Jones.
Okay, so the corner, would you please, swear Ms. Jones in?
You raise your right hand, you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And do you have any preliminary?
Yes, we request that exhibit B on to B20 be admitted under seal. They do, contain protecting health information for self-information.
B1 through B20 will mark and enter into the record under seal. Other preliminary numbers.
No, not at this time. In lieu of, an opening statement, I would like to proceed with my sheets and sheets.
Absolutely. All your first one.
I'd like to call investigator to my term. Ms. Jones, please state your full name and place of employment for the record. I'm waiting.
Wanda Jones, and Mississippi Board of Nursing.
See how long you've been employed, actually.
I've been employed
And, what is your current position?
investigator.
And are you familiar with file number 2023-0682 involving Justine Whitby? Now, did you participate in the investigation of this matter?
I do.
If you would please turn with me now to, page 3, showing the speak so you can identify the document.
This is licensure information for the spot.
And when was this Whitby first licensed in the state?
His first license on June 14, 2018.
And what capacity is she licensed?
A registered.
Now, if you look at terms of use, page 7. And I just, documents.
Page 7 is a notice of hearing dated July 30th, 2025 to the respondent.
And what is the date expiring notice in that hearing?
The date and time for the hearing is Tuesday, March 31st, 2026 at 8:30 a.m.
Starts page 8. Yeah, I just file.
Page 8 is the complaint.
Yeah, this is complaint saying, charges.
It does.
Usually read those charges, for the record.
Charge one of the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner consistent with the health or safety of persons under the licensing care. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet normally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 3, the respondent has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. Charge 4, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its ruling, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including making false entries in patients' records. Charge 5, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its ruling, namely practicing the profession by under the influence of alcohol or other mood altering substances as evident by positive screening for alcohol and an illegal substance under unauthorized medication.
Members of the complaint also saying, the same facts, just substantiate obstruct.
It does.
Yeah, please, read the actual allegations.
On or about July 19th, 2023, the respondent worked at Anderson Regional Hospital. A clinical pharmacist reported concerns regarding the respondent's medication administration practice after several discrepancies were noted. Specifically, it was obtained that the respondent was documenting the administration of medications to patients that she had never removed from the Omnicell system, nor actually administered. When confronted with the findings, the respondent stated that she withdrew all her medications for her assigned patients at the beginning of her shift and administered them as scheduled. However, the Omnicell system report did not support the claim. The respondent was informed that she was required to submit to a drug screen for cause. The respondent voluntarily admitted that the test would likely yield a positive result, and the subsequent drug test confirmed the presence of cannabis in her system.
Please turn to either G and K. Yeah, it's about the last one.
Number 10 is a copy of the certified letter that is sent to the respondent, but returned to the center.
And on what date was this envelope returned to?
The board received the envelope on August 12th, 2025.
Starting with page 12. Did the board feel a statement notice of hearing complaints this week?
Yes.
And what is the date of that?
The date of that hearing is December 15th, 2025 to the respondent.
What is the date of the hearing notice?
For the hearing notice is Tuesday, March 31st, 2026 at 8:30 a.m.
And please name to page 16. Was that second notice returned as well?
Yes. It was returned on February 23rd, 2026 to the board.
Now please turn with me to page 17. And what is this document?
Page 17 is proof of publication for the Post Echo for the respondent and the dates that the publication planned.
And what are the dates of publication?
February 5th, 2026, February 12th, 2026, February 19th, 2026.
Now, if you would, turn with me to page 18 and identify the document.
Page 18B6 is a job description for the respondent as a RN.
Please read the first requirement under responsibilities.
knowledge of medications and their correct administration based on the age of the patient and their clinical condition. Yes. Performs patient care responsibilities considering needs specific to a plan of care.
Now, on page 24. What is this document?
Page 24, excuse me, B7, those are the time parts to respond.
And what is this time card? From this meeting?
She worked. On July,
Well, that'd be great. Was we be working time in the facility during the month of July, 2023?
yes,
And according to this time card, we be working July 17th and 18th.
yes.
Please turn to page 30. And identify this document.
This is a report from the facility.
And what is the date on this report?
Date of report is 7/18/2023.
It's a little like to read, but if you can, we please read a detailed summary report to the record.
This week stated that at least the last 2 months, exact date unknown, the respondent has been misrepresenting medications that she, the respondent, distributes to patient. Ms. Luke stated that she reviewed data regarding the respondent's patients and medical distribution records and has found multiple inconsistencies, which indicate that she, the respondent, has been falsifying claims to administer medicine to patients throughout her shift. If Ms. Luke stated most recently on July 17th, the respondent reported that she had distributed medicine to TC patient. However, records indicate that the respondent had never retrieved the medication from school. Ms. Lee stated on July 18th that she reported the issue to Hollywood Pharmacy Director and was advised to further report the issue with Anderson Regional Medical Center corporate compliance.
Now, let's turn to page 30. Did the facility conduct an internal investigation following the receipt of the complaint?
Yes,
And what was the outcome of that investigation against the student?
it says that, well, they confirmed their suspicion. It was, documented with medication administration and food. What's needed.
Is there any other, listing regarding, Ms. Whitney, on that regarding the outcome of the investigation and, season 6? Could you put us read that from the panel?
In the investigation, this nurse was relieved of her contract and was reported to the board of nurses.
Let's turn to page 34. And identify the stop.
Page 34 is a not scan report that was produced by Anderson Regional.
And what's this list reflect?
This list shows that for this particular respondent, all of the medications that, if they were either scanned out or not scanned,
And whose name is listed on this report?
the respondent.
And what are the credentials listed for the respondent?
The credentials are JST 197011 was assigned to her.
And I know this is an entire report. What dates, does this report cover?
The report covers from June 18th, 2023 to July 18th, 2023.
The dates and medication portions. Hold on some time, we're gonna get back to you. And if you would, please turn me down to page 46. Now, the date that just mentioned, how much medication like we actually see?
So on this report, it shows that the respondent Medication scheme, out of 536, she only seen a 52.
And according to this chart, how much medication was not?
According to the report, the medication not scanned for her was 484 out of 536. Not scanned.
Turn me to page 46. And identify this document.
47 is on-the-cell reports that was printed out before the response.
And what is an omniscient?
Non-cell report is shows where the nurse goes in to check out the medication for complete her rotation.
Right, is that automated by the facility?
Yes,
And does it require, nurses to log in under their individual credentials?
yes.
Now, each time that a nurse, I guess, logs in or scans, does the system create a record of that medication?
It does.
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, here's a date and time, who scanned it for what patient it was.
Can that record be deleted or altered, by the nurse?
No.
At this particular facility, in your investigations, are medications for patient the unit typically obtained with the omniscient system?
Yes.
Is that aware?
Yes.
So in your investigation, when a nurse needs some medication, must the medication first be removed from that system?
Yes.
Using those credentials?
Yes, you use your credentials to go to the machines to check out the information for that particular.
And in the system will record, I think you previously testified the time, of removal and what it should be.
Right, and the fact.
In the day. Does this omnicell system also record medication removal, let's say from other nurses?
This report would not, because it was specifically for this particular response.
So in your review, you didn't see any other indication that any other nurse had possibly removed these medications for the patient?
No.
So just for clarification, the EMR shows what medications were documented and administered to the patient, correct?
That's correct.
And the omnicell system shows what medications are actually removed to the system.
That's correct.
In your investigation, did you have an opportunity to compare the two records, the EMR with the omnicell system or records?
I do.
Can you determine whether medication was documented as scanned versus whether it was actually removed from the system?
Yes, on the EMR for the patients, it has a column that says if it was scanned, it was administered. And you check off based on whatever.
Turn to me for page 52. Turn your attention to the bottom of the page for patient TC. I believe that she previously testified that patient TC was one of the patients that Ms. Whitby was treated with, correct?
Yes.
Now, 52, hopefully page 44, of which you can compare. So, 52, then grab page 44. You can see. Now, what if anything you notice on the EMR versus the omnicell for patient TC, or the, scanned and not scanned for patient TC?
Okay. On the scan, not scanned report for patient TC, there are 25 drugs that are listed for that patient. And in the column that says medication scanned, that column is no for all of those medications.
Now, is that the same as listed on page 44 for patient TC? Is that page 44? What is page 50?
Page 50, it does not show the 25 medications.
Does it show that those medications were pulled?
Yes, up to you,
But not all.
not all.
you turn me to page 51. And I'm sorry, I'm jumping around with you, the way the rivers were speaking. Let me just say. We're starting at the bottom of that page. We're gonna look specifically at patient EW. Now, with that same list on page 44, that you previously had, with that medication scan. What, if anything, do you notice about the medications on that list versus the medications for patient EW?
Patient EW, which was the end of the page on the scan, not scan. There are medications listed for that patient that show as they were not scanned.
And that is for Justine Whitby.
That's correct.
Did you review additional patient records in this case?
I believe.
And what, if anything, did you notice regarding the medication pool versus the scan, not scan document for Ms. Whitby?
She had a path of having some medications pulled, but the scan, not scan report showed that they were not scanned.
So for clarification, when you say scan, not scan, Ms. Whitby would document that she pulled these medications, correct?
Correct.
But they were not scanned and had been administered to the patient. You turn with me to page 53. And identify this document for the record.
Page 53B11 is a termination form for the response.
And what was the reason this week for the termination?
More medication administration for the patient she was assigned, unsatisfactory work.
Now, please turn with me to page 54. What dates reflect Ms. Whitby's start and end for her?
The respondent start date is 5/2/2023. The contract ended on 7/18/2020.
She was roughly employed at that facility for about 2 months. Correct. And what is noted under the additional comments section?
Under the additional comment section, it says counseling contract for the respondent immediately medication administration practice was being sloppy and not sufficient for our facility.
Page 6. We are just finding out.
Page 56B12 is Anderson Hospital Drug and Alcohol Policy.
Now, this facility does maintain an alcohol and drug testing policy to agree. That's good. And this applies to all nursing staff. And I think previously testified that as a result of the medication administration concerns, the facility requested these people to be to drug screen.
That's correct.
Now, did she submit to that drug screen?
She did. Page 60B13 is the drug testing documentation for the response.
And what date is that drug screen? And maybe that one.
7/18/2023.
And were those results when you filed a medical review officer?
Yes.
And what date were the results verified?
7/24.
And what were the results of that drug screen?
That she was positive for cancer.
And this is while she was employed, at the facility.
That's correct. Only.
You look at page 65. And identify the document.
B14 is a medical cannabis registration card for the response.
And what is the effective date on this card?
7/19/2023.
But you previously testified that the drug screen occurred on July 18th, correct?
That's correct.
So the effective date for the cannabis card is after the drug screen. Now, if you look at this further, to page 66. and identify and stop.
This is a document that the respondent that regarding.
Please read that statement to the record.
In regards to my medication administration, my practice is to pull all my medicine into all medications for the day. Moving forward, I can pull medications on an as-needed basis to correct these concerns. It's signed and dated.
Now, based on your review of these records, that statement is not an accurate statement, I will be correct. Please turn to page 67. And identify that document.
Page 67 is the statement that should be to the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Would you please summarize the statement for the record?
Since I'm writing the statement in regards to my brief stint at Anderson Hospital, while there, it was brought to my attention that the method I was pulling my medication from Omnicell was triggering an alert. I was pulling all meds at the start of shift and then administered them when scheduled on the mark. I was told that this method made it look like I was withholding medications and possibly taking narcotics. I was then asked to take a drug screen, which I took yearly. I informed the administrator before the drug test that it would be positive for cannabis, as I had my cannabis card. He told me that was fine as long as I made a note in my paperwork for the drug test, which I did. I was then told that I wouldn't be working while they completed the investigation. The next day after I was sent home, my recruiter informed me that Anderson had canceled my contract with the sloppy documentation. So I didn't have any further communication with Anderson.
Now, please turn to page 296. We talked a little bit about the comprehensive EMR, that was given. And we also talked about the scan, not scan forms in the Omnibus. Let's take a look at, one of those examples, on page 396. I would like to identify who is, electronic medical administration records. And page 18.
And page 18, this EMR is for patient for TC.
Now, that is the same patient that was, previously referenced on page 52 and 44, correct? That's correct. Now, on that, on the mark, on the go to a specific page, so give me 1 second. If we would turn with me to page 423. Still in the electronic medication administration records for patient TC, correct? Correct. Now, what is the date listed on this particular entry, for patient TC?
The, 7/17/23.
Now, I want you to take a look at this little column here that's marked as given / scan RX. What is the username listed?
The username is JST 1971.
And you previously testified that Dennis Ford is with you, correct? That's correct. Now, it says that this medication was given to the patient, correct?
Yes.
Right. However, that medication, registry page 52 and 44, that medication was not scanned in as actually having been administered to that patient, correct? That's correct. Now, whose responsibility is it to accurately document medication administration in this email?
It was the nurse that's taking care of patients responsible.
Reviewing the omnicell report for patient TC again. On page, I believe that's 47. Just for the record, that omnicell. I'm sorry. Now, for the record, the omnicell report reflected that this week you removed that medication for patient TC correct, but it does not show that it has been scanned on that patient's individual electronic medical administration record. Correct? Correct. Now, earlier you testified, that you reviewed these EMRs for several patients, not just for patient TC, correct? Correct. I believe that we also discussed patient EW. Yes. Turn to page 19. It's not 19, I'm sorry, page 465, which has been marked as B. Right. Now, this is the same patient that you previously referenced, patient EW, in reviewing the, omnicell and the comprehensive MR for the patients for just the week, correct? Did you notice anything with his documentation?
Well, there were several medications that were given but not still.
When you say not scanned, would you elaborate with me?
That's where she has to scan the medication that I say that she's giving to that patient.
Now, she previously stated that she withdrew all of these medications for assigned patients at the beginning of this year, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, however, the scan administration, excuse me, the electronic the EMR, let's go finish. The EMR doesn't reflect that really any of those medications were scanned. That's correct. For this particular patient, did you have an opportunity to review, similar charts for patient J, and patient OB? Yes, and in those instances, were medications documented as having been administered?
Some were documented as needed.
Okay, well, did they correspond with the omnicell report? And were these discrepancies isolated to a single medication, or was it for multiple medications? There were multiple, from multiple patients, they had not been seen. That's good. Well, based on your assessment, your investigation, reviewing all these documents, does the record reflect and substantiate the charges listed in 50 for observation of documentation, as well as testing positive or drug screen? Yes. I tend to go with the same. Now, members, do you have any questions? Yeah, I tell you the truth. Okay. Would you like to give a closing argument? Just for getting my papers. Sure, take your time. The evidence that you heard today, is supported, of course, clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Whitby, have violated the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act, are negligently and or willfully acting in a manner consistent with health and safety under persons of her care by falsifying documentation of multiple patients. Ms. Whitby is also guilty of negligence and willfully practicing nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally standards of the nursing practice by the falsification and testing positive to cannabis without a card. Also, that needs to be falsified in a repeatedly negligent manner, made incorrect or false essential entries on the record. Ms. Whitney also engaged in a professional misconduct by failing to maintain the mental records in a professional manner, including making false entries, and that she practiced the profession under the influence of alcohol and or other mood altering substances as evidenced by a positive drug screen, which was positive for cannabis. Under Mississippi Code, Section 73-1529, this board has the authority to impose whatever disciplinary action you find appropriate under the circumstances. We respectfully ask that you exercise that authority to protect the public and uphold the standards of mercy today. Thank you.
Ms. Morris, would you have an objection to taking up the other matter that remained as well? At the same time,
No objection, I have motion.
okay, perfect. We'll, take up the next matter and we will be, number 20-087. We'll take up that matter and then go into the session to deliberate on the Whitby and the how.
We are back on the record.
Good afternoon. Today's date is Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. The time is 5:16 p.m., which I'm present in office of the board person within 713 South Carolina Working Road in Redwood. The next matter, the final matter on the docket is the matter of Donna Aaron Powell, license number R863511, case number 2024-0872. My name is Sarah Markman, Specialist Attorney General, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. At this time, I will ask the members of the board panel for this case to introduce themselves, and this will also include the one member of the panel serving as the president.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. Beverly, all.
Representing the Board of Nursing, please state your name for the record. Alexis Morris. Thank you. Is the likely seeing Ms. Carrie Powell here? No, she's not. Okay. Ms. Morris, will you provide information regarding the provided to the licensee and whether or not the licensee is provided these and on her absence?
Yes, we plan to admit to the record exhibit 5, which denotes a hearing that was mailed to Ms. Rashana Carrington Powell on or about August 7th, 2025. That notice this hearing for today, Tuesday, March 31st, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. It did include the complaint, and we also plan to begin to evidence the return of the envelope acknowledging receipts of that is signed And it stated August 13th, it's like 2026. Excuse me, 2025, so we believe that, notice has been made in this case. It is also returned to the board offices having been received August 15th, 2025.
You know, the here's the license is provided, statutory notice of today's hearing and has not provided the board with a reason for her absence or requested a continuance, so we will proceed with the hearing and respond to absence. Ms. Morris, do you have the to say? Yes, I would like to call the witness, Dwayne James.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You have to be exhibit. Yes, you could ask that exhibit C1 from the nominee to the record.
Sure, go ahead. Please state your name and current place of employment for the record.
Dwayne James, Mississippi Board of Education.
And how long have you been employed?
Since March of 1990,
And what is your current position?
directly from the background checks and investigation.
What are your primary responsibilities in your firm?
Basically, from the background check and investigating the group.
So you are familiar with the board's investigative process.
Yes,
Are you familiar with case number 2024-0872 involving the John Powell?
yes,
If you would please turn to page 2 and identify the stop in the complaint.
page 2 is Washington information.
And when was Ms. Powell first licensed in Mississippi?
March 22nd, 2000.
And in what capacity was she licensed?
Registered.
If you would please turn with me now to page 6 and identify the document for the record.
Page 6 is a notice of hearing letter dated August 7th, 2021.
And what is the date and time notice on this? So
Tuesday, March 31st, 2026 at 8:38.
stay existing on this notice.
Regina, Levette, Aaron, and Ty.
Please turn to page 7. And identify the stop.
Page 7 is a copy of the complaint.
And what are the charges against number something?
There are 2 charges involved, her license or privilege to practice, in another state having received this.
Are there any facts to substantiate those charges?
Yes.
Please summarize and read those facts and some record of the hand.
And yes, it talks about around December 28, 2018, while this person was employed on that San Angelo Community Medical Center. When she failed to document the general adversity assessment, so patient 1. But it also referenced that the respondent did not administer a prescribed or dose of magnesium oxide to patient 2 in the timely manner. It goes on to state that the respondent failed to clarify 2 seemingly overlapping orders or the past prescribed for patient 3 by 2 different physicians. Instead administered the 2 orders within 2 minutes instead of the prescribed 4 hours. And the respondent, because of that, received a 2-year reprimand and stipulations from the Texas Board of Nursing. During the hearing that was held on or about July 21st, 2022. It also goes on to state that the Texas Board of Nursing discovered that the respondent failed to successfully complete board-approved courses based on the order dated July 21st, 2022.
It's page 8. Would you read the last sentence? I'm sorry, this one. Starting with on or now.
On or about August 13, 2024, the text concluding motion revoke respondent's privilege to practice and the state of Florida will default for it.
Page 9, and I didn't find the stop right there.
Page 9 is the warning card from the United States Postal Service.
And is this card signed?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. What is the date of signature?
It appears to be August 13, 2025.
Now, please turn the piece of page 7. And what was the date of stamps as received by the board?
August 15, 2025.
Yeah, please turn to page 2. And I just find the stop.
Page 12 is from the Texas Board, the State Office of Administrative Civil.
Please just read that paragraph, it starts with "Please find."
Please find enclosed a proposal for a decision in this case. It contains my recommendation and underlying rationale.
Is this document signed?
Yes, it is.
And what, I don't know if you can read the name, if you just read, the official title is the person that signed.
The administrative law judge.
What was the name is on this document, for this board? Or excuse me, for this recommendation?
The name is Regina Babette.
And what is, sorry, what is the date listed on this document?
May 2nd, 2022.
And can you please, read to page 13? And there was a hearing held before the ALJ, correct?
Yes.
And what was the date of that hearing?
The date, February 2nd, 2022.
Tell the, you know, who it is.
According to the proposal, the general counsel representing the staff and the respondent appeared on the home.
Now, please turn with me to page 24. Findings were made by the ALJ with respect to the charges listed. I won't have to read each one. I just want, whether or not there was a violation found, for each charge. So in charge number 1, did the hearing officer find a violation?
No,
About charge number 2,
no,
charge number 3,
yes,
charge number 4,
yes, indeed,
charge number 5,
yes,
charge number 6,
yes,
and charge number 7.
yes, indeed.
Now, I think it also says by failing to meet the minimum standards of acceptable nursing practices within charges 3 to 7, the respondent also committed unprofessional misconduct according to the ALJ.
That is correct.
Please turn to page 26. And to summarize those recommended sanctions described in this proposal.
The proposal reprimands stipulation including education of supervision for at least 2 years, 1 year of direct supervision and 1 year of indirect supervision. And it also recommends quarterly performance evaluation by supervising those.
And I believe those charges that you initially, the charges that are in the notice of hearing and complaint, were the same charges that Ms. Kerrigan Powell, that was listed in the order, dated in July to approve.
Yes.
Please turn to page 31. What's the recommendation given by the ALJ, for the same sanctions, the recommendations?
Okay. The ALJ recommends that the board propose a 2-year reprimand with stipulations. Stipulations would include education, direct supervision for 1 year, and indirect supervision for the 2nd year. And require the respondent's employer to provide the board with quarterly performance evaluation by their supervisors.
What's the date then?
The date is signed May 2nd, 2022.
Then come to page 32 and identify this document for the each set.
Okay, this is from the Texas Board of Nursing, it is the opinion and order of the board.
And his name is listed on this order.
Jana Babette.
And without reiterating all of the violations that were found, what was the final order of the board for Ms. Allen?
It is therefore ordered that the respondent shall receive the sanction of recommend the stipulation.
Did she also have any educational courses? It's at bottom 34, going to page 39.
Number 3 does indicate remedial education course.
If you flip to page 35, what were the courses that Ms. Kyle was ordered to complete?
Board approved course in Texas nursing, jurisprudence and ethics, a board approved course in medication administration, a board approved course in nursing documentation, and the course sharpening critical thinking skills.
Yeah, these courses were to be completed within 1 year of the order, correct?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Powell also ordered to sit for an evaluation, submit to a minimum number of hours and direct and indirect supervision as well.
Yes.
Now, turning to page 37, what date appears on this board work?
July 21st, 2022.
And then it's signed, correct?
Yes, it is.
By whom?
It's signed by Catherine Chalmers, the executive director for the board.
And you can turn to page 38. And I just find and stop.
That this is a letter from the Texas Board of Nursing dated April 15, 2024, addressed to Regina Babette Powell.
The first sentence, in that first paragraph of the letter.
It reads, enclosed are formal charges which have filed concerning your nursing license. Because you are pending alleged violation of section 301 and 452 of the nursing practice have not been resolved. Within 3 weeks from the date of this letter, you must file a written answer to each charge, admitting or denying each allegation.
Yeah, identify and stop.
This is also a document from the Texas Board of Nursing, formal charge.
And the charges is against, Ms. Powell on the document.
The charge was on or about July 21, 2023. Respondent failed to successfully complete a board approved course in Texas nursing jurisprudence and ethics as required by the order issued on July 21, 2022. Charge 2. On or about July 21, 2023, respondent failed to successfully complete a board approved course in medication administration with a clinical component as required by the order issued on July 21, 2022. Charge 3. On or about July 21, 2023, respondent failed to successfully complete the board approved course in documentation as required by the order issued on July 21, 2022. Charge 4. On or about July 21, 2023, respondent failed to successfully complete the course sharpening critical thinking skills as required by the order issued on July 21, 2022. And charge 5. On or about August 21, 2022, respondent failed to successfully complete the board's online course, understanding board orders as required by the board issued on July 21, 2022.
Turn to 42, is this document signed?
Yes, it is.
By whom?
It is signed by Eugene A. Claiborne, Assistant General Counsel.
I'm sorry, you see page 43. And identified the document for the record.
This is an order of the board,
And who is that? It's listed to me.
Regina Powell.
Please, read the fourth paragraph. I think it's just a little sentence on that page.
The committee finds that after proper and timely notice regarding the violation of alleged and formal charges was given to respondent in this matter, respondent has failed to appear in accordance with 22 Tech admin chapter 3 The committee finds that the board is authorized to enter a default order pursuant to Texas government code.
These terms on page 44, what happened to Ms. Powell's, takes this privilege as a result of this order?
Okay, we ordered that affirmative reverse license number previously issued to Ms. Powell to practice in the state of Texas be revoked.
And this is the default order, correct?
That is correct.
And so the default order is in fact a form of discipline imposed on this house license, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So this record, does this record adequately substantiate the charges that are listed against this guy?
Yes, it is.
I can be the witness. Should give a closing statement. Very good, very good. It's been established that Ms. Powell is guilty of the charges alleged in the complaint as outlined. We presented clear convincing evidence that her Christian practice in Texas was recommended and ultimately revoked for non-compliance. Accordingly, we ask the board to take whatever disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Powell as it gives fit and appropriate under the circumstances. Thank you.
Well, some more for your participation with cooperation today. This now concludes the hearing. I will entertain a motion to go into closed session to determine the need for the executive session.
They took place.
And I will now entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of deliberation of two causes. This 1/2024-0872, as well as cause number 2023-068. Read the motion.
They took place. Second.
Okay. You post. We are in executive session.
If they not. When you said Brent's all things was, yeah, I would like to go to sleep now. All right, scared if I can do this. Oh.
on the record. I will announce the board decision first in cause number 2023-0682. That is the Justin Whitby matter. In the Justine Whitby matter, the hearing panel has found Ms. Whitby guilty of all charges in the complaint and hereby or has unanimously determined to revoke the license of Ms. Whitby. I'm so sorry. Yes, the license of Ms. Whitby is hereby revoked, and we will issue an order in due course and submit that with the appeal. Very sorry. Okay. We'll do 2 other times. And now, as to matter 2024-0872, the matter of Jonna Erica Powell. The hearing panel has found Ms. Powell guilty on all charges for the complaint and will suspend the license to practice of Ms. Powell. She will be subject to a formal reprimand, fine, conference with the compliance case manager, and she will be required to complete the continuing ed courses or something substantially similar to what was required by Texas that she did not complete. She may have her suspension lifted after completion of all the requirements, and she will be subject to a restricted licensing stipulation for a minimum of 36 months with additional stipulation and requirement that for including quarterly reports, lawyer reports, indirect supervision. She must maintain current active license, single state license, and other more detailed norms that we can